Uh, Car 4 is first. Hot Cows is second. Yay! Welcome, guys. Thank you for popping on. Yeah, Mr. Pico's just literally. I've got off the phone. I got off the phone yesterday. Me and Pico had a bit of a discussion about with the oscilloscope at the end of the day. So, yeah, yeah, it looks like I've balled things up as I usually do. So, Mr. Pico's, he's just got in from work, so he said, "Are you going live?" I said, "Well, I weren't, but I could do it live. There is some things I need to fix at the end of the day. That's a big if." So, yeah, thanks for popping on. So, what I'm going to do, one of the things that I did really want to try to sort out, which is bloody annoying as hell, which I've got one of these Noctia fans. I've got, actually, you say that, I've got a couple of them. I've got a couple of these Noctia fans on there, which I've used. Some of these are empty because obviously I've used the fans. I've put them in other PCs and projects. Some of these I've put one on the Raspberry Pi to cool it down. And these run virtually silent. These are really, really quiet as hell. This one I've not used. But looks like the right size. I want to put into the Moo gun, because the fan on that Moo gun is astronomically really loud and it's noisy. I think the bearings are gone on it. Oh no, chair. Despite I've forgotten. I can beat you to that, Mr. Hot Cows. There's no chair, my friend. That's gone into the big chair in the sky. So the chair is gone. I can safely say the chair is gone. It's out of existence. On that front. I'll beat you to it. So let me unplug the Moo gun, because this Moo gun is done my head in that front. So I think I'm still trying to move bits out. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's in. Yeah. I forgot the chair's in the. It's in the art in heaven. It most definitely. I'll tell you what, these are surprising. These are quite heavy, these Moo guns. They are good, don't get me wrong, they are, but they are also, like, I think it's, again, the way they designed these. I don't think that should, I think that's the way, oh right, I see. It's just the way they have it. You can have it, you can't put that both sides, so you can only have that really on one side, but you can take it off. The end of it. So how you all doing on this fine Tuesday afternoon? Late, oh, for crying out loud. Sorry, girl. I'm in a meet. I'm live, bud. What's up? Not ideal. Just bring it over. I'll try and be as quick as I can. I can't guarantee. Alright. Cheers, Tara. Another one's got phone problems. Always got phone problems. This is the trouble of having knowledge. And that, look at the way they've done that. I think it's the way they put that vacuum. It looks like it's a vacuum thing on this. Mr. Pico will definitely be. It's a filter. Oh right, okay. Yeah, I was wondering why did they. I thought, why did they block the hole? You're right, it is a filter. It's Edgeroot 007. Thank you for afternoon, sir. Thank you for popping on. If you haven't subscribed, I'd appreciate to smash that like button and subscribe. It does. It helps to grow the channel. Like all of us small communities, it really does make a difference. On that front, so much appreciated. Yeah, so obviously the fan's going to be up here. I'm hoping that might be a bit too big, that fan, or if we can try and quieten that fan down. I've had the exact mode. Oh right, so you've got the exact same model. These are good, Mr. Pico. I'm glad he's in the ass. Yes, Mr. Pico. So obviously I'm going to have a crack at the bloody Moo gun This thing is really noisy when she boots up. It sounds like the bearings are gone on it. Now, Oldham Electronics, thank you for popping in, sir. How are you on this fine Tuesday evening? Obviously, I've got my friend just popping over. Stream Element bots, bot running. Learn how to customise the bots here. Give me 1 minute, guys. This one's really gonna hit me. Sorry guys, literally, yeah, I tried to set up his phone. What he's done, he's got his mobile phone, he's got one of these Nokias, and he's entered his mobile number in, and he wanted to get his voicemail, and by doing that, he's just ringing his own number. So it just says, calls, and I said, no, you can't do that. Nokia's, I hate Nokia phones. This is the only downside. You have to put in a +44 number, and it has to be done by whoever your provider is. In his case, it's EE, so he has to now sort of contact on that front. Which I said I can't really do it. Hi Pico, interesting things. How you doing, sir? Thank you for joining. If you haven't subscribed, please do. It really helps to grow our channel. And like all most of the things, I would really appreciate it. Yes, getting back to this. Yeah, if you type in Carrefour, look at the box, you should see Carrefour's name, and then return it to the other key, and then enter the key, and then enter it, and then enter again. It's done. So yes, noisy fan on these. Mr. Hotcows has got the same one. On that front, so I was going to open her up and have a look while when this thing boots up. It goes, it's literally a, yeah. Should I unsubscribe and then resubscribe again? No, don't do that. So, obviously, I know what someone's after for today, because obviously I've been at the Toby Carvery, so my mum's done me a sandwich because I didn't know we was going to the Toby Carveries are doing a £6 meals today. For pensioners, and so yeah, I'm not a pensioner yet. Me and Pico, who literally only 1 year apart, we haven't got to that stage yet, so we can't get our £6 meals for OAP. So my mum obviously qualifies. I've sent you a picture of my machine I use. Oh right, nice. Oh, yeah, this is obviously, let me open it up, obviously you can see it much better on there. This is Mr. Pico's Moo gun at the end of the day. It's actually, this was another model that I was looking at, but I'm thinking the principles are all the same. It's just that some of them have got cosmetic looks, there's some of them, but they all virtually do the same thing. I mean, these ones on there, these obviously, what's this one? This one's an 80 watt, 24 volt. I think most of these are. I think they all do, unless you start going more professional, and then obviously these get a lot more expensive on these ones. But yeah, really nice one that Mr. Pico's got there. So hat off to you, sir. It is a really nice machine. And speaking about nice machines, yeah, it's pretty quiet and all. Yeah, this is the only one of the downsides to this specific model. At the end of it, I've never addressed it. It's been like it since the day I bought it. Why did they put screws at the top? Crying out loud. I mean, yeah, they won't just put, not happy putting screws at the side. We've got to put screws at the top as well. Now I'll probably have a go at that oscilloscope when I get, when I finish this. So, because there's no point just streaming just to do a bloody Moo gun. I want to find out. I've had to put the diesel heater on. It's frigging -7. Oh. Now this one's got a clutch on it. Let me turn the clutch up a little bit. I don't think this has ever been on. There you go. Oldham Electronics. Yeah, the big chip core ones are used to be sure, but make sure that you're not blocking it before turning it off. What's that, Oldham Electronics? This this is the only downside to most of these. Who's that? Mr. P. No, it ain't. Oh, that's all right. It's just telling me that it keeps an eye on me heart regulation. No, it's not too bad at the moment. Here it's around about 4 degrees. Still bloody 4 degrees. It's still cold. Too cold. Oh, right. This is. Look at this silly little fan that they put in this here. How small is this fan? Obviously, I need to take this fan out and disable it. I know you've got to have these fans because these Moog guns get incredibly hot, and well, that's a lot. And the friggin' hell am I going to get to that? It looks like it goes into this box, this black box. Application, audio. So yeah, 4 degrees. It's still freezing. Too cold. It's still too bloody cold, regardless to how bad things are in it. Still holding me. He's still, even with the bloody diesel heater on. If I did have that diesel heater, my God, would it drop? It'd be just, it literally, well, where I was in, obviously one of the town centres where I was, it was snowing. I kid you not, actually. I did post it on social media, but it started to come down really hard. Where is my gallery? Yeah, there you go. It started to really start to snow, and it started. I thought, Jesus, that's how mad it was. Lol. The cable, like that. Pull that out. And then I can then undo and have a look. I can do some voltage injection and then find out. Obviously I jumped on earlier to see Mr. PCDD because he had to come pick his daughter up from school. He had to do a school run. He was having a look at the motherboard on that front. I don't think he's going to get anywhere with them motherboards. I've got a motherboard like that. I just ended up giving it straight back to the hospice because in the end it just wasn't fixable. The trouble with them type of boards, there's so many tiny capacitors and components on there, and it's like literally like looking for a needle in an haystack.
Cartha, subscribe to the channel.
Carfor is just subscribing. Well, it's actually just come up, but it will pop up. It must be a massive delay. So Carfor must have already unsubscribed and subscribed again. Thank you, Carfor. I unsubscribed. I knew you because I did see you was on there. So you subscribed and unsubscribed. Well, that's all right. It will come up. Trust me. Oh, I just dropped a nut on the floor. On the next, now it's ice skating on the frozen fields in Cambridgeshire. I've been down Cambridgeshire. It's a lovely part of the county. Absolutely beautiful. I like to go down there to pick some items up. No, I'm missing out. I'm missing out on that. Literally, it comes up, but you're supposed to have the thing come up on the screen. But obviously, lately, OBS have been doing major updates, which they are just started to roll out. They're doing a complete overhaul of their AI and the operating system itself, which is not going to help. But they should have come up, subscribed. But it did come up, it did show you on there, subscribe to the channel, but it's supposed to come up on the screen as well. Right, one silly little fan. No, we saw it. Oh, you saw it on the screen. Oh, right. Oh, that's why. Right, okay, well that's made my job easier. I thought it was something, thought, oh no, that ain't set up. So, no, it did come up, but it's a huge delay. No surprise there, literally no surprise whatsoever. So what I want to do, I want to do some, Mr. Carfor, I know what you're going to say next, sir. Inject 60 volts straight through it. Blind Bodger, how you doing, my friend? Thanks for popping on. I'm waiting for Mr. Carfor saying, well, inject 60 volts in, put 60 volts straight through it. I can inject some voltage, but not 60 volts. Obviously, I'll kill the. If I put 60 volts straight through there, I'll kill the motor dead. 60 volts. You're thinking, oh no, quick. I'll have no moo gun. I'll have no fan for the moo gun. 60 volts, 30 amps. Well, that'll do it. That will definitely finish it off once and for all. It will have a problem. Now, what I need to do is put some pins into this. So, I need to. Let's see what we can try and source. No. Thought I might be able to use a tip or something like that.
Charles Mott subscribed to the channel.
Thanks. There you go. It does work. It does work. So obviously, Otcows is unsubscribed and it's subscribed to the channel. Well, it feels like I've got an extra. Literally, well, that's what I love about the rock. See what I mean? You see your name pops up. Oh, Bronson, what have you just? He's just knocked all my pens over. Bronson's just knocked them all over on the floor. Oh, he's a dick, isn't he? Thanks, Bronson. Thanks a bloody lot. Yeah, that's all of my pens. Every single pen's gone on the floor. Oh, bloody dog! What's he after? There ain't no sandwiches up there. Now he's knocked them all on the bloody floor, and I've got nothing. He's a good boy. Well, where was it earlier on? Mr. PCDD's dog barks, right? So straight away, he started barking, and then Mr. Hotcow's dog barked, and then Bronson barked at the same time because he heard him bark. Now go away! You nearly knocked that all out of my hand, Bronson. I don't know what you're playing at lately. You nutcase. His head's like iron. Literally, I'm not joking. He walks straight into the. When he goes round my mum's, he don't run. He gallops, right? Being a big dog, and when he gets so skippy and excitable, he just uses his head as a battering ram. He just barges his head with a battering ram. He don't think no pain of it whatsoever. Absolutely mad. Yeah, I found one that I can probe in here. Right, I might be able to use that. So if I can try and probe, put like a screw or a very fine screw. I don't know where all these screws have come from. These screws all come out of projects, and I started on things. I'm thinking, well, how comes I've got a few screws left over? I always end up with one or two left over. Let's put that up. I can't even get that. Right, there you go. And then I might be able to probe that. No, it's too big. For crying out loud, literally, I don't want to cut the plug, obviously, because I need to. Oh, I know what I can use. Where's them probes? There you go. I might be able to use these. I can use these probe ones and just probe it. Yeah, it's muted. Oh no. Muted? Should be muted, but it shouldn't. Muted. Microphone. Oh. It's back again. Right. It should be fine. I can see the DJ mic. I can see it up on the OBS screen. That the mic's working. It shouldn't be muted. It's back again. So yeah. Right. Hold up a minute. Right. So I'm switching the power supply on. I still ain't installed the software to the PC. Because you've got to have the bloody lead coming back out of there. 60 volts, 5 volts, 30 amps. demand a refund from Andy. Literally, yeah. Do you know what, Mr. Hotcoats? That's not a bad thing. If anything goes wrong, we could just say Andy's in your ear. Say what? poor Mr. Swindon. He ain't even in the house and he's getting blamed for something. Right, hold up a minute. 12 volts. I've got 12 volts, 1 amp. It doesn't say how many amps, so I've put 1 amp on that front. So we are working. That's actually quite quiet. So it's not the fan then. So what's making that noise? Fan's working lovely. I'm going to power that up. Right, let me shut this off. Right, take this off. Fan's coming up. The fan's not squeaking. Plug it back in and listen. I just did on that. I don't know if there's something else that's in this that's causing this to. It sounds like it's screeching, like when you plug it in. Let me go and grab a lead. I can't believe he's knocked all my pens over. Something else I've got to pick up. Thanks, Bronson. He's a goofer. Right, where's me? Did I have? Let's go and get me torch. I can't see nothing in here. It's so dark. Yeah. Right, that's obviously not for that one. No, that's not for that. I've got to try and find a lead. That's the only thing when you've got 4 million things all opened at once. Oh, Jesus. Can't believe you knocked all that over, Bronson. I've got to pick all them bloody pens up. You've knocked the entire lot over. That's the complete cut. Bit banana brain. Yeah, I've got one. Yeah, no, I did one. I've got so much crud everywhere. I can't find it. And they're not. You sure that the blockage is? Yeah. Oh, well, I'm hoping not. This shouldn't be making a racket. Let me plug her in. Right. I haven't got no thing on there. No, see? It's not making no noise, so that's down to the fan. So we'll put the fan. I'll plug the fan back in. It was definitely 100% the fan making a racket. So it proves it's not nothing inside the moo gun itself. It's got to be down to this. There's no dust on it or anything like that, so Discord. No, it's fixed. Yeah, well, that's one way of fixing it. Just don't put a fan in. It keeps it ultra quiet. Where's all the high voltage caps? I'm pretty sure they're all going to be in here, aren't they? That looks like the power supply because it looks like that's gone in direct. So I've got to try and get these in. Where's the Have you even tried to give it to me? I might be able to fix it. Yes. Well, if I can't get anywhere, Mr. Hot Cows, I might take you up on that offer. So I'll have a go first and see how I get on. No. No. Okay, I've took it out, ain't I? Now I've got to fucking get it back in. Jesus. Where's my other pinchers? Do you have any of the... I can't see that. Put my goggles on. Sorry, my carrots and this screen is tiny. Absolutely tiny. Do you have any of the rubber that you could put between the fan and the case? So I know what you mean. To try and mount that to see if that is... Actually, I'll give that a go. I'm sure I've got something in the pot. I know what you mean. Put some like washers, pack it out to see if it'll cut that out. Does it make chicken instead of cow noises? Maybe it's made it like mad cow disease. Well, you never... Do you know what? That's a very good question there, Mr. Hot Cows. We'll soon find out as soon as I try and put this back in. Does it still go moo moo, or does it go there? You can find them on the back of the disk drive assembly. I know what you mean, the rubber feet. I think I might have some of them. I know exactly what one you're on about. To see if that quieted it down. I might have to put this around the other side because I'm obviously... See if I can put that down here. Yeah, that's it. I can then see what I'm doing. Oh yeah, they've made this accessible. Dog ain't knocking all my pens off. Yeah, look at that. She's in. That must be like a control module or something like that. Right. Well, she's in anyway. The main thing is she's back in. So the fan is obviously, it's not the bearings. So to me, that's got to be the vibration of the case. Why would they manufacture something like that? I mean, obviously, it would make it easier if they had like a noctua fan. They would have made my job a lot easier. Obviously, they're not going to put in a fancy fan like that. Pico. They look like that. Let me have a quick look. I think I know the ones Mr. Pico in here. Envy is glitched. Right, let me have a quick look what Mr. Pico's recommended. Oh, I see. Yeah, so obviously it's like these type of like rubber feet that they sit in between, and then they cushion it out. So let's just put 2 back, right, and I'll boot her back up. And if it does make that noise, then I'll have to cushion this out. But it shouldn't really do that. But I know the ones you mean. But it looks like it's coming directly from the fan itself. But when you take the fan out and I crank it up, the fan's fine. It's not making a noise. So it's got to be down to the vibration. Yeah, look on some of the old disk drives assemblies. You might, yeah. If not, I know where I can take them. I can take one out of that old parts thing, because they've got them on the disk drive. So I might be able to do that of that. The Grundig. I might be able to take them out the Grundig. So chances are I can pinch 4 of them. I'm going to put 2 of these back and just see how we get, and just to see if that noise comes back. I'm not going to put them all back. I only want to put 2. Boot this up and then give this a test. Yeah, they're beyond. That's it. Yeah, they're like they take out the shock of the laser. So I can take 2 out of there, so it's not a problem. Or a couple. I could take them all, put them all on. I'm going to put 2 of these on, just 2, and then boot this up to see if that noise comes back. I know it is. It's definitely not coming from the machine. It's only coming from the fan. Right, 2's tightened up and tight. Right. Let's have a listen. No, it's not doing it. Well, that's interesting. So it's not doing it on that one, but the only thing is I put the fan back to front. So it don't matter. I can flip the fan round. It's sucking air in. Should be blowing it out. It's got to take heat out of this, because this is obviously, this is a heating element inside. It's not doing that noise. That was 2. Wonder why that was then. Do you reckon it might have just got stuck or something? And it, you know, it really shouldn't be making that noise at all. These should be ultra quiet. So I'm going to put 2. I'm going to get the heat so it sucks the heat out, so it blows the heat out. Don't think you should be blowing it the other way. Cool it down. You should be taking the air out of it, which is really weird. There you go, and the screws are countersunk right in properly and all, so which is good. Right, before I do that, let's move these wires. hate wires. It's one of the most bane of existence on everything is wire related. I've done that up too tight. Now I can't turn the others. Great, lovely. Right. That one there straight away has got a problem. The holes are not lining up, so this one of these. See what I mean? Even the orientation to take one of these out is mad. That's better. Right, okay. What? Right, now it's like that. I always like doing a man tight. The trouble with them guns, you can strip them, which are not ideal. Yeah, it's all lining up now. Wasn't lined up properly. So, Mr. Pico, by the sound of it, sir, you didn't have much today. You only had a sarnie, by the sound of things. Oh, I've sent him items off, sir, so you should be receiving them. So that other item is being sent off in the post. The other one they're picking up tomorrow. It's been booked in. I went online. It's been confirmed. They don't tell you a time. They just come pick it up. That's all them power supplies. Bloody disgusting though with the Royal Mail prices. Is daylight robbery. Now look like they can take up to 30 kg. Well, before anything up to 20 kg, you had to contact Parcel Force. Now it looks like you go on their website. It's all been changed. They could take up to 30 kg. Right, now it's all nicely tightened back. Right, so it's still switched on from the plug, which I forgot to turn off. Let's see if this makes a difference. Well, it's blowing out lovely cold air. Cool. Well, it's not making that horrible bloody noise. So I don't know what the heck that was all about, to be honest. When I booted it up, it sounded like it was screeching. That's mad. Absolutely mad. Turn it off for a minute. Now I can put... Yeah, that's weird. I've never seen anything like that. Yeah, but I still think that's disgusting for what they're charging. Absolutely is. Yeah, I think it cost about £11.80 for that box of the power supplies this thing. That's not bad for well, it's up to 20 kg. You're right. I was supposing, you know, comparing the prices that they have charged, some could be more. I mean, they're going to be recycled anyway. So it's you can't really do a lot with power supplies at the end of the day. The one that I'm running my diesel heater is a PC power supply, but obviously it's 550 watt to give it a kick. because sometimes some of them other power supplies ain't enough to power it up. Hold up a minute, and what we got there? We got 4 there. Oh, they're all the same, ain't they? They look it. Double check. Yeah, I've got short ones and long ones here. What's going on? See, I didn't take much notice. Let's take 2 of these out. What did I put in? Short ones or long ones? I can't remember. Let's put the short ones in. I don't think it matters. Oh, that's it. Another short one in, and we got long ones to put in. Maybe you got the attached gun. Oh, that might be. What, that rattling? Yes, I didn't take that in consideration. I'll put that back on, sir. Thank you for reminding me. Could be that was rattling, but it sounded like to me it was coming from the actual fan itself. It was screeching before you pressed that noise. Now, when I booted it up, you heard it. It was making a terrible screeching. It absolutely was. It makes a terrible screeching noise. And I thought, bloody hell, that fan. I've got to sort that fan out. They're not doing it, which is strange. These shouldn't be making noises. Like you said, they should be whisper quiet. Mr. Hot Cows, does your one make that? Does your one ultra quiet, or did you change the fan inside it? Oh look, bloody wires are hanging out. We've got one more to put in. Hopefully. Nice. Right. Let's try that again. Switch her on. No, it's not making that noise. It's coming up error. Oh, you know why? Because I ain't got the desoldering. I haven't got the Moo gun installed. But it's not making that horrible screeching noise. So, where is the side bit? Neil. Well, it's too late now. I'm streaming. He texts me right at the last bloody moment where he says, "Oh, I might go on," and then don't text me or nothing. I'll just quickly text him, otherwise he's going to pester the fucking crap out of me otherwise. Bring it. So, what did I do with the? I actually took the tray off. Obviously, I can't hold the Moo gun out. No, I was going to say. I can't see that. My carrots are terrible. Mind you, don't help. Bloody size of this screen. The Moo gun I have is it's a brand new one. I never got around to actually ordering the bass. So in principle, in fair to assume, mate, I'm saying, yeah. No, I can't remember making that noise. They shouldn't really make any noises. These should be pretty good. Trying to find the train there. Oh, where's the train? The train's up here. I'm going to plug her in back into the corner where she goes back over here. That is weird. I mean, because they really shouldn't be making any bloody noises. Oh look, I was looking for that. That was off that Atari. That error that I've got. It's because I haven't got the. It's the only thing when you ain't got much room. I've got the bloody Wi-Fi thing on here. Right. Let's put the. So I can't use that Noctua fan, it's too big. Obviously, there's smaller. Anyway, it's sort of like, there's not much in them, is it? All you've got like an owl or something like that and an adapter. I see I've looked at the message retracted. Car falls off, he's retracting his. Stop retracting your messages, you little shit. That's Mr. Swindon saying, not mine. And put your hands down. He's probably watching. Sorry, Mr. Swindon. You just make me laugh, that's all. It's like going back at school. You're frightened to put your hand up, or you're gonna get the blackboard. You're gonna get the blackboard thrown at you. Right, now everything is put back as standard. Let's see if that makes that noise. Right, what's the chances? I can't always put your hands up. I've got what's that? I've got to go to the toilet. No, you should have gone before. Times I used to get told that. No. You should have gone before your class, so now you have to go without. It's not making that noise now, and I'll leave it to boot up. It's now as quiet as anything. That's weird, isn't it? I've never had that issue. Yeah, I've been told that when I was at school. I hated that moment. You was really busting and all. You was 100% genuine. You think, I'm going to pee myself if I don't go to the toilet. But they only use that to get out of, you know. But the trouble is that 9 out of 10, if you didn't do, if you actually didn't do, you know, whatever they was telling you to do, they make you stay behind school and finish it off. Or take it home and finish it. Yeah, it's not making that noise now. That's weird. I've got to admit, that is 100% weird. I've never had that issue. It was making a right horrible screeching noise. Perhaps it just wanted tightening up. And all I've done was took it off. I'll get it up to temperature and see if it's... Actually, where's my box of bits? I should have something on there I could take off. Let me find it while it's booting up. Oh, here they are, over there. Yeah, you could be. It might just needed tightening. I mean, it might just needed that. It's weird because every time I squeezed it on, it made a horrible screechy noise. What? That's weird. So I've got a box of bits. Box of bits. Like if I need to pinch a component, there's actually got some good caps on here. I can smell burning. I shouldn't be able to smell burning. Something obviously ain't getting hot and it ain't melting the bloody wires. That's what I'm worried about. Let's take something off the board. Yeah, that do. Something like that small. I ain't making a racket. Mr. Worms is in the house. He's trying to move gun. Yeah, move gun's working. Fixed. I've got to clear that out. It's absolutely disgusting. Well, it ain't making that silly screeching noise, so... But I smelt burning. I suppose because I don't know if I touched something on there. It's Mr. Worms. Mr. Worms is in the house. How you doing, sir? Hope you're well. Obviously, we've had people unsubscribing and subscribing today, so they can just see their name come up on the Stream Elements site. Them IC chips, they've been confirmed, Mr. Worms, so you should be receiving them. They got 48-hour tracks, so it did make me laugh because I actually put Squishy Worms as the name, and I just had it redirected straight to you. So I bet they was laughing. I bet they thought, who the bloody hell is Squishy Worms? Oh, it did make me laugh. I bet they was trying to fill it out, thinking, who the bloody hell is that? That's a bit of a strange one, isn't it? Well, everyone's got their own handle names, their nicknames. Puts me back in the old days when we was having the CBs. Everyone has got to have an handle name. I know a few. I actually do know a few subscribers of their full names, but I won't. I respect them for that because no one wants to give out their name because they know you're going to be twisted and tormented on here. So I wouldn't do that. I'm not that cruel. Like Mr. Pico himself. I wouldn't do that. Everyone calls me Mick. That's not my name. So Mr. Sweeten always gets that. Fancy having Andy tattooed on his knuckles, and then he straight away he should have just covered him up with a plaster or something, and in that way he wouldn't have bothered. He wouldn't have got hammered. It's like Mr. Rockcows. Everyone knows your name now, and that's the trouble. I still respect everyone's handle names. I do. I still need to set up. Yeah, my first name is yeah, right. Oh right, is it? We don't give first names on here, bud. That's a mistake that you should never do. You'll be tormented left, right, and centre. And when it's like I said, everyone calls me Mick. You can call me Mick. You can call me Dave. You know, whatever you want to feel like. At the end of the day, I'll get called worse. Put it that way. Obviously, I did by my mother. She said, you're still not big. She said, you're not big enough. She said, you may think you're big enough, but you're not big enough for a clip round the ear roll. I went, oh, well, thanks. You know. Yeah, that's my real name, but I don't care if I'm popular in Sweden anyway. Well, there you go, Carl Force. See, straight away, sir. Obviously, what's the temperature like in Sweden at the moment? I mean, -7 we had here. It was so cold. It was unbearable. I'm not just saying, it really was. It was like, I stood there, it's bloody cold, I would think. -18. Oh, for God. Australia's just literally, yeah, my name's is not Dave. Okay, Dave? That's right, Mr. Pico, isn't it? Obviously, Trig, why do you keep calling me Dave? My name ain't Dave. It's Rodney. He's thinking, oh no. Yeah, okay, Dave. Yeah, he said like that. Absolutely legendary. Literally legendary. What was I going to say? Yeah, Australia's got an heat wave. Believe it or not, it's all going up to western side of Australia. Love fools and horses. I totally agree with you there, Mr. Worms. 100%, sir. And absolutely, I think that's one of them memories that everyone will remember. Not everyone does. Yeah. I've got to go to bed, lol. Got to go to bed. So literally, I'm not joking. He's absolutely. That's one of the definitely with Mott. Yep, hyphenated with Mott. Poor Mr. Mott cows. That's it. Right. Before I do anything, I'm putting this piece of crap together. I'm fed up with all these bloody wires everywhere. I've got projects unfinished, right? So first thing I'm going to do is slap all this back together and be done with it. Now this one's obviously, I can't be spending no more time on this. I've got to work in Atari at the end of the day. So I'll put this one up for parts. I think it's that modular that's gone in this, looking at it. I mean, I could do a mod, but I don't really want to. Yeah, that was from the name of Process India. Yeah, Process India Trading Company. Every time that they did register in your school class, cows, did they tell you that you had to go to bed? No, it's not. It's just that I have to. I've not heard that one being called all over it for a long time ago. Well, this channel's all about retro, so yeah, obviously retro topics are right up my alley. At the end of it, Mr. Hotkelms. And then gets you remembered for good or bad. Yes, that is too true. So I've got 2 screws in this one. 1 screw in there, 1 screw in this one. I have a weird last name. I thought it was a German one. Nothing wrong with German names. I love Germany. Germany's a lovely place. I'd love to go back there, Germany. I had such a good. I had a much better experience there than France, Belgium, or Holland. That's it. Oh no, Mr. Worms is off. No, it's neon lights. Trotters independent traders. That's it. Oh yeah. He actually did. He did actually come up with that name. That's it. So you're so basically saying your company's name is Tit. Yeah. That's when Mr. Swindon gets his tit out. That makes me laugh. I went, oh no, he's getting his tit out. I think that's it. He does make me laugh. He's getting his tit out. Oh, I keep forgetting. This one is got. For crying out loud. Where's the screwdriver? I did tidy him with screwdrivers, that? Give me tit out. Obviously. Yeah. I went to Germany a long time ago. And it was on behalf of the company, and I worked over a lot of people. And do you know what? Right, and I'm not just saying this, and I'm not being right. Germany is a lovely place. I absolutely love Germany. If I could pack up, I'd move to Germany. The people were so polite, and I've got that on video, and I'm not making it up. The people are so polite over there. They couldn't help to thank the Brits enough, right? Regardless, but the people are just lovely. Full stop. I mean, obviously, out of all the places I've been, I've only been to a few continental places. But Germans, I'm not saying that, but everyone that I spoke to out there, literally, they are really lovely, polite people. And the pastries, I thought the French had nice pastries. Oh my God, they got nothing on the Germans, mate. I'm telling you, nothing. Their pastries are out of this world. The only thing I found, if I have to nitpick one thing in Germany, the only one thing that I found when I went to the German supermarket when I was over there, they love paprika. They've gone mad on paprika. It was in cornflakes, chocolate, and I went, oh God, no, not cornflakes. It was their version of cornflakes, because we was camping over in Germany on the River Rhine. Lovely. And again, we was only there for 2 nights camping, and these German bikers pulled up right at the side of us. They had a Honda Goldwing. They always drive Honda Goldwings or Harley Davidsons, really nice bikes, and we're bikers ourselves, and we're pretty arrogant because we didn't learn. We only speak one language. We're not multilingual, and but these Germans, they couldn't stop thanking us enough. Come, they said. That's all they wanted, come. They was dragging me arm, and all the others, sit, drink. Fucking, they pulled out fucking steaks, bottles of fucking German Grolsch. They had all these German beers. Well, obviously I'm not a big drinker because I was on tablets. But a steak, and I'm not a steak eater, so obviously it's, I lightly declined. I said, I can't eat that. You know, obviously, but language barrier. They spoke very little English, very little English, but what a lovely bunch. Absolutely, I'd say. We all said it. There was about 6 of us, and we all literally said the same thing. If we have to come back, it would be right back to where we stayed. We had the best. We had the best sort of like lineup ever. It was right. We camped right on the River Rhine, so it all snaked round, and it was such a lovely place. The people, like you said, we didn't go to the clubhouse. We was too swizzled. Well, I couldn't drink because obviously I'm on medication, but absolutely lovely. Germans literally do put on they really do make you feel welcome. So yeah, I'd love to go back, and 100%. Right, now this one can go back over. Yeah, really nice people there. You'll have to be careful when you go over to places like France and things like that. The French don't like the Brits. They just don't like the British at all. Very rude. we had a few of them spit at us, and we didn't even know these people, but obviously as soon as they hear your language, they spit at you. They don't like the Brits at all. So now I won't recommend. I mean, obviously we had to pass through. We was driving through France to get into Germany. Let me see. I've got some screws on there. Might be able to find some small screws. This is why I like a little pot of screws, so I can just put a couple of these in. The Dutch, you go in the Dutch, mate, you get mowed to death with bleeding push bikes. And they don't like you walking on their cycle lane. God forbid. You'll enough get a rollicking. They really don't like it. They're really protective of their cycle lanes over in the Dutch. We found that out. We've never been over there before. So yeah, the best experience we all did was Germany, 100%. It felt like you had the most warm, welcome going. The people were so polite and whilst they were on there. Obviously, all we knew was Danke, which is like a form of thank you. Guten Tag, things like that. We didn't have the mobile phone technology yet. It was over like 15 years ago. So I'm not saying that they weren't bad, but we couldn't afford them. So on that front, but yeah, absolutely legendary. Right, now this, I can put these back. Should be all right with these now. I've put 2 screws in there. Yeah, if you've never been over Germany, go over there. You'll see what I mean. It's absolutely really nice place. Camping, I couldn't do camping now, not with my back. Jesus, too old for it. It's all right. It was all right back nearly 20 years ago. Could have got away with it. Not now. It's obviously too much. Right. So I've got that coming through to that side. That's gone through to there. Cool. Where is the front? That's all. That ain't anchored down because obviously I've put that board in. I'm going to leave all the dust and dirt on it. What do they want? That's it. Now I can put some of the screws back in. I can't use that one. It's too long. I think some of these are not the right type of screws because they're not screwing all the way down. Yeah, they're not. Didn't think they was. Every time you try and look for a bloody screwdriver, they're rather rounded off. Yeah, I don't think Mr. P said. Oh, Mr. Swindon's in the house. Mr. Swindon, sir, how are you? Oh, look, the bloody front's come off. That's good, isn't it? Are they? Well, that's good, isn't it? They only just pop on. Wow. Something else I'll have to repair. Hello guys. Very tired. Oh, yeah. It's. Do you know what? Sometimes it's just knackering. You know, like, when you've got jobs to do, and then you just think, I really can't be arsed. Do you know what? I reckon this weather has a big part of it. Obviously, you know, it don't help when you're bloody freezing. And your mind, sometimes, mentally, your mind's not in it to actually do a repair. They're all right doing light repairs, but not everything too heavy. But when you're really not in the mood for it, I can really relate to that. I know exactly where you're coming from. Yeah. So yes, I know how you feel, Mr. Swindon, on that front. It's not the greatest. I'm going too mad. I wasn't going to do a stream, but Mr. Pico said, "You going to do a stream?" And I was in the exact same mood with Mr. Swindon now. For I'm really not feeling it. I'm not, like you're just thinking, my heart and soul's not in it today. Obviously, as you get older, you have to get really motivated, and that's what I'm. You can lose lack of concentration very quickly. So yeah, and I went, no, do you know what? There's some things I need to tidy up. I need to address. Yeah, like my front room. Yeah, like my front room. After unfinished projects that I'm waiting for to order parts, which I've still not ordered yet. Yeah, you didn't have to go do a stream. No, I was only asking. No, that's all right. No worries, bud. I thought, do you know what? Yeah, I thought I'd do a stream. Obviously, I'm fed up with half these unfinished bloody projects scattered all over the place. Obviously, I've still got the record player. I've got to order caps. I'm not gonna do that record player until I get that multimeter. You know the multimeters, the ones you told me to order. I think I'm gonna wait. I think what I do, like a lot of the ones, that's why I've stopped on the Technics graphic equalizer. Mr. 8-Bit. How you doing, my friend? Glad you for joining. Yeah, so I think what I'll do, I'll wait for the multimeters to turn up, Mr. Pico, and I think, yeah, that'd be a sensible move. Because then I can test them in circuit, and then hopefully I won't have to keep desoldering, because this one here, this is just, it ought to be a doorstop, because it's absolutely useless. I can't even read in circuit. And the trouble is, when you've got about 30 caps to go through, 30 caps plus, you don't want to be desoldering every single leg. And I've done, obviously there's still some more to do on there. And that's why I'm going to wait. I think I'll end up just waiting. Right, I've put these two in. That's held in. The only ones that I can't put in are these two, and I don't think I've got any of them. Oh, and this one had obviously someone drilled an hole in it. What, some muppet managed to put, obviously because they buggered up the power jack. So, but the chips are all in this. The chips are good. I've tested the chips. Just I can't. I've had enough. Atari boards. I think Atari's just done my head in. I don't know where Mr. Worms is coming from on that front, because it seriously does get to you. Lovely. That one's in, so I've got one in there. You want me to keep the Ataris then? If you wanted to keep one, my friend, you can, I'm sure I'll be glad to say you can keep one of them. I'll still sell one off. If you want to keep one, go for it. It'll be worth that for all the work you've done. I'm not a greedy person. I never have been. You can ask Mr. Pico on that front. I'm a very generous person. I believe in generous things. I work with so many charities over the years, and it makes you believe in that, you know, giving. If it helps someone out, then by all means. Lovely. Yeah, she's got all the screws back in. Alright, it might be odd, but they're all back in. Da-da-da, fixed. Well, it ain't fixed, but she's back together. I'll just wanted if you wanted to keep it. Well, I wanted to keep. It's not as if I ain't got one. I mean, I've got the 520. It's complete. I've got the other parts there for the 1040. It's just that the 1040 one, it was working. That's the annoying thing. I bought all that working. They weren't cheap. You look at the price of the Ataris, I nearly fell off the chair. It's just that the only difference is the other one coming from the hospice, and obviously it was just a board. Obviously we can't sell boards. Yeah, that was nice for you to offer though, so thanks. But I would rather you have them both back. I'm sure if you really wanted one, my friend, I wouldn't even hesitate. You could keep one of them. So it'd be you're still going to be rewarded regardless. Yeah, you're not doing it for free. Yeah, these ones you will need a case and a PSU. Yes, I obviously know that, my friend. Totally agree. I'll have to go sourcing. It's just that I wanted to raise some money for Dogs Trust, because of all the charities, that's one charity I've not given to yet. I've given to Sue Ryder, British Art Foundation, Sense, Cancer Research. Oh God, I don't think. I'll have to check how many I've got. It's quite a lot. It works out to just under £2,000 that I've raised over what? Over the period of what? 4 to 5 years. Yeah, I bet the case in the PSU somewhere it's in its place. Well, it probably is. I mean, obviously, fancy donating it and then realising, thinking, what can we do? The hospice can't do nothing with boards. My governor looked at me. She said, "What was they thinking?" I went, "Don't ask me. I ain't got a clue." But obviously, we're grateful for the donation, but it didn't really help. It was going to go on the electronic waste. Yeah, I don't want anything more than just fixing them. No, I don't believe in that, Mr. Worms. You're going to get rewarded for your work, sir, so don't worry about it. Thank you so much for your help. Obviously, the idea is, my belief is that save the consoles. If one can be saved, it saves it going on the electronic waste. You think of the thousands. Alright, give you for instance. How many units of the Atari 2600 were sold during its lifespan? From 1970, when did these come out? 1979 to 1986? Sounds about right. 83 to 80, 79 to 80, I don't know if it was 83 or 86 when these ended. and people ended up having, they sold thousands of these units. Obviously, yo, PCDD's in the house. PCDD, you little shit. Don't worry, Mr. PC, you're not. I love that. I love that one. Absolutely cracks me up. I literally, I haven't got none of my elements set up, so I can't have that on this ship. Yeah, exactly, sir. So that was all thanks to Mr. Swindon for that front. See what I mean? I'm glad it's. We've got a lot to thank for Mr. Swindon, obviously that front. So we've got a lot of these clips. I just need to get them set up. Obviously, I've got one set up. I need to about the Atari. Yeah, they sold. Did they really, Mr. Hotcows? Did they really sell 30 million units? Oh my God, that is shocking. That goes to show of how many units they've actually sold. That's a massive amount. 30 million. That's not 1 million, 30 mil. So you're basically saying there's 30 million of these things floating global, worldwide. That's a massive weight. That's unbelievable. According to the statistic waste, there's more than 50 million in metric tons of e-waste is gradually. Jesus, 50 mil. Do you know what? You can't comprehend these numbers, right? Can you imagine piling all of that up, right? 85 million in PS5s alone sold today. Oh bloody Nora! Lord the glove. Lord the glove. I'm getting. I'm definitely getting. Mr. What's name's saying on that, Lord of the Glove. Jesus. That is 50 mil of e-waste. No, that you can't wrap your head around that. Then isn't that disgusting how much waste of the global financial department, of how much does get thrown away at the end of it. Well, you know what they say, don't you? They say, where there's trash is treasure, or muck there's treasure, or something like that. And it does. It proves it. It does prove it. I've got to look for a bloody. Try to find a. I can't get over that. That's actually. It's the name. Yeah, it's the name of profit. That's absolutely ludicrous. Only 20% in the UK is actually recycled. Isn't that terrible? No, I find that's a terrible situation. 20% in the UK is actually recycled. So it goes to show the UK is very wasteful at the end of it. I mean, they wouldn't have done that if that was war times. They just wouldn't. It wouldn't even heard of. Even your food waste wouldn't have even gone to scrap. I mean, all right, that was before my time, during the Blitz. So lights out, put that light out. Obviously, a prime example of the UK's industry. If they can waste, only 20% is being regenerated back into. That's why a lot of packaging, like plastics and things like that. I mean, you think. I think we've gone backwards, because if you think about during the 70s, the 60s, I would say between the 50s, 60s and 70s, not so much at the 80s, but between them them 3 decades that have gone past, everything was wrapped in greaseproof paper, brown paper bags. Now everything's plastic. It's just plastic related. I mean, we can't recycle plastic. It takes years to take for a plastic bag to be for biodegrade, to break down. It takes years. It doesn't happen overnight. And then you think, and then that all goes in. We drink out of plastic bottles. Where the bloody hell was back in the early 80s? We used to drink out of milk bottles, proper glass bottles. Not now, we don't. Everything's bloody plastic related. Yeah, mostly in plastic. It's true, Mr. Worms. It's true. All my food comes in mostly in plastic. It's shameful to say, and yet all we end up saying is, well, we try to cut down this e-waste as much as possible. Yeah, there you go. Mr. Pico's done it. It takes approximately 99 years for a carrier bag to degrade. And do you know what? I didn't know it was going to take nearly 100 years for it to biodegrade, to break down. There you go. And he's the perfect person to ask for because he deals with recycling. That is true. Yeah, never truly degrade. It's just that it's microplastics. Yeah, the trouble is, Mr. Rockcows, it gets into your waters. It gets into like everything else. You just don't know what you're actually. 9 out of 10, you don't even know what you're eating half the time. You think even food. I've noticed that food is very bland. It's not tasteful like it was back in the early days. Right? If you had a steak, if you used to get a proper steak, it was from the local butchers, and it used to taste really nice. All right, I'm not a meat eater, but I'm just saying, or a nice bit of ham or something off the bone. Things like that. Now it's lost half its taste. I said this to my mum. I had this conversation. I said the food is bland. It don't taste like anything anymore. It's lost. It's like you have to put other stuff to give it a flavour, and even that's probably synthetic. It's probably something on there.
Neil.
Hang on, guys. I'll tell you what, them Steam Decks are actually brilliant. I totally agree. I'd be lost without my Steam Deck now. Obviously, thought I wanted to play Elite on that front. Yes. Do you know what? I knew you was going to say that, Mr. PCDD. You would be lost without your Steam Deck. They are a lifesaver. That just pressing a button just makes it so much easier. Do you know what? Obviously, the bigger ones are more expensive. But that's enough for me. I don't even use all of the buttons even on that. And that one's got 8. It's just easier just to push a button instead of keep going to the bloody elements and pushing it. She has a runny nose. Yes, there's a lot of coughs and colds about, my friend. There definitely is. And schools are the worst ones for that. Andy 741. The plastics actually come from chemicals remaining freezing prototypes in crude oil. That is true, yes, and polymers. So yeah, net zero nonsense. Yeah, I never could understand that. Yeah, I'll tell you one thing, guys. If you're new to the channel, I'd really appreciate it if you subscribe to the channel and give it a thumbs up. It really does it good. We've already had a couple of these coming on there. We've got 2 Andys now. What? Mr. Swindon. Well, I always call by everyone by their first, their handle names. Mr. Rams really confused. Yeah, well, there you go. What are you thinking? Oh no. No, me, I don't take it too much. No, it takes too much. That's the only thing when you've got too many names of the same thing. You think, hang on a minute, I'm now confused. The only real rowdy on there is on his channel. And his real name is Andy, is on his... Yeah, well, you can't miss it. Mr. Swindon's got his name tattooed on his knuckles, so... who's Andy? And who's the live... and where's the live stream now? Yeah. It's the girl. Well, she's back together. I can get this advertised, sold as spare parts. I'm not pissing about with no more bleeding things on there. I'll have to undo my one. I've got a screw loose in here. I've had a screw loose for years ago. That was actually quite funny. Yeah, that's Mr. Swindon. What he has to be he has to be Mandy for the streamer. He's never going to let that one down. He knows he's never going to let that down. Let's go back to Bach, right? And there's no names. And it's no, it's Andy. It's Spartacus. Yeah, that's so it's come loose, and I don't know what I've done. So, and this is the working Atari, but I can hear a screw loose running around inside. So where's that bloody all come out? The screws come out inside it. PCDD cracks me up. I'm Spartacus. No, I like the ones of the Life of Brian. No, I'm Brian. No, I'm Brian. And so is my wife. I like that one. That cracks me up. No, he says, no, you can go free and you can just walk around and say you've never done it. Oh, right, okay, you're free to go. No, I'm just kidding. It's crucifixion. That does make me laugh. Crucifixion, good. That does always tickles me, that does. Crucifixion, good. You've been a very naughty boy. It does up there. He said, Brian, leave that Welsh tart alone. I'll tell you what, I think the Monty Python series has always been one of them series I can't stop watching. It always makes me laugh. Especially Life of Brian. Absolutely legendary. He's the sire, he's the king of the Jews. What, and that's Capricorn, is it? No, that's just him. Yeah, leave that Welsh tart alone. How did they get away with half the things they did on there? I'll tell you seriously, how they never got copyrighted or got into trouble, but they did. They got away with it. Absolutely legend. That was one of the most. If I've seen that once, I must have seen it 1,000 times. Yeah, he's blessed. He blessed all the cheesemakers. Oh yeah. Well, what's so interesting about the cheesemakers? He said, speak up, I can't hear. He said, do you mind calling my husband Big Nose? He said, well, he has got a rather big nose. He's thinking, oh no. He said, all right, where are you two from? No city. That always cracks me up. I've actually put on there working. Where's that coming from? Oh well, there's the bloody screws fell out. Where's that come from then? Obviously the screws come out of something. Oh, it might have come out of this board. Right, okay. It does make me laugh, doesn't it? Brian, leave that Welsh tart alone. Actually, it does make me laugh. Actually, yeah. It's my right to have. Oh yeah, it's symbolic. It's definitely symbolic. We should fight for your right to be a sister. Sorry. What do you mean you ain't got a womb? Where are you going to keep the fetus? In a box? You say, like, he cracks me. He actually cracks her. Do you know what? They're all in three. Just three of them alone. Absolutely legendary. Yeah, it's symbolic. He struggles against reality. He actually did. He actually come out with that one. That was really funny. Yeah. Crucifixion, good. Stand across, one cross each, line on the left. Does make me laugh at that. I think it's always bits. What made me laugh, there was one part of the episode, he said, I haven't come. He said, I haven't spoken for 40 years until he came along. He said, "This is the Messiah." I'm not the Messiah. Oh, but only a true Lord would only despise of not saying he's not the Messiah. All right, then I'm the Messiah. He said, "Piss off." He said, "Well, how should we piss off, our Lord?" He said, "Well, you followed me." He said, "Yeah, but that's by anyone's standards." Absolutely legendary. Oh, this one might fit. That's juniper bush. He said to me, "Oh yeah, that's the one, isn't it? Yeah, it's the juniper bush." Fuck, this ain't even going in. What's going on here? Fucking screws are just coming straight out. Right, hold up a minute. No wonder I had all these bloody things rattling around inside here. I thought, what was that noise? Car force, good 60 volts of the lightning. That's grass puddle. How you doing, my friend? Yeah. Jesus cured me. He says I was burning by the miracle leave. Oh yeah. He said I was blind and now I can see. He said I never even touched him. He said, "What do you mean he won't haggle?" He said, "Oh, he won't haggle." The Knights of the Knee. That's another part of the knee. Literally, oh yeah, when they go around. King Arthur. It's King Arthur of the Britons. It does. It is really, really. I think it's one of them funny series. You've got to sit there and once you've watched it. The Shrewsbury, yeah, the Shrewsbury. It's absolutely, it's a funny, absolutely one of the funniest films I've ever sat down and watched. If I have to sit there, it's like a laugh from the beginning to the end. Because they're all like snippets of all different bits. Now they did get away with a lot though. Nudity, the swearing, and that was broadcasted. Surprised they didn't get watershed on that. Great, I can't find a frigging screw to fit this now. This is what I kept hearing flat rolling around inside it. See. Bloody hell, I've got all these screws everywhere. These all come out of PCs. So, one of these must fit in. Even though they are odd, it don't matter. That one won't fit. So yes, Mr. PCDD, you're looking at that board, sir. Do you reckon that board is? I'd say that board is completely dead, unless you have got a faulty chip. But then you even with a faulty chip, you should have still had power going to that board, and it wouldn't even post. You wouldn't even get nothing, because even if the chip was dead, I suppose you'd still get voltage going around the board. I had a couple of boards like that. In the end, they're so complex, them motherboards. That's why they're cheap enough to buy. It wouldn't be worth your time and effort trying to repair something when them boards you can just throw them away, you know, and just buy another one. Obviously, that's what my one is. My one I can take up to a 9900K. That's my gaming rig over there. That the one I was working on. I had to do a deep clean on because it was full of dust. And obviously dust is its biggest main headache on 99% of all PCs, because it can actually create a short, which it can actually lead to a short on the board if you're not careful. That's why when Andy done that PlayStation 4, that's a prime example of what I'm talking about. It don't mean because it's PCs, anything console related, anything's got a fan, it will draw up all of them particles that front, and yeah, it's now something completely different. Yeah, but there you go. Oh yeah, yeah, and now for something completely different. Yeah, yeah, that's what it was actually at random. It'll come up on the message. But yeah, that PlayStation 4 was nasty. When I say nasty, it really was nasty. I've never seen that amount of dust in here. And then you can understand why their consoles actually blow up, or the PlayStation 5s are the worst ones. I think they're a terrible design, PS5. Absolutely terrible. You know, the Xbox Series X's, they've got a bad floor design. They've got an air vent underneath and a big fan, right? A big 7-inch fan at the top to take all the heat out. But the bloody the ventilation underneath, where all the heat sink is, it gets clogged up with all dust. Yes, always look on the bright side. Yes, thank you, Mr. Hotcows, on that front. That is true. Always look on the bright side. I played that. Do you know what? I played that at my dad's funeral. Absolutely brilliant, that song. It made everyone laugh. Always look on the bright side of life. Oh look, I was looking for the other probe. Okay, where is it, Bliss? Do you know what? I'm not going to have a bloody screw in here to hold this thing down. Oh, for crying out loud. Now this pop's always come up trumps. I mean, regardless to what I've took off, I don't know where half these screws come off, but they come off projects. So if I was looking for them, I'd never find them again, because they're probably in half a different projects. It's obviously, I'll take out one to put in another. There's got to be one in there to fit it. There will be one. Ah, what about this one? Is that one? Will that one do? No. Do you know what? I can feel the temperature. I've got the diesel heater near enough at maximum, right? And I can still feel it's cold in here. That's unbelievable. If I didn't have that diesel heater, mate, that temperature would plummet in here like a freezer. It'd be warm in the freezer. I kid you not. I can't believe that I ain't got a screw to fit this. One screw. I might have to leave it out, but then I didn't really, because it loosens all of this up. Cheer up, Brian. You know what they say, some life things are bad that can really make you mad, and other things just make you swear and curse. When you're chewing on life's gristle, don't grumble, just whistle. Literally, that does make me laugh. Turn things around and then work out for the best. Is it a 2 kilowatt or 4? No, well, it says 5 kilowatts. The one I got is one of the cheap Chinese diesel heaters. So, but it's supposed to pump out 5 kilowatts of power. But in theory, it's about 3. But it's still enough on that front. There was about, when we had the, I'll tell you what it was, Mr. Hotcows. You know when we had the lockdown, obviously people couldn't go out, mingle with everyone else. Everyone had to stay at home. They obviously see TV spike up. The internet went through the roof at the end of the day. And then everyone went out mad because obviously we had a cold snap then. Prices of the electric and gas spiked massively. So it's all right for these big giants taking all that. So yeah, everyone went out, started buying diesel heaters, the Chinese diesel heaters, and they were still selling out on eBay. Every single one sold, literally. People were crying out to get a diesel heater, and that's what it was. My one's still going. 6 years down the road, it's still going. I ain't even serviced it. It still boots up fine. Turn it on. I had to do a little bit of a modification to it. But I've seen people try and do experiments. They try and run them on bio oil on that front. But the only downside is it gets choked up very easy. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Pico was installing one. Yes, they are very good, very effective at the end of the day. Price of diesel at the moment in the UK is $1.34, where I can get mine down. If you can get some used chip fat, I suppose it mix it with 50% diesel. I suppose you can get it to run it on biodiesel, but you can't get chip fat oil, so you might as well just forget it. And then you might clog up all of the diesel injector because it's got diesel. It's got like a form of injector on it, like to spurt. I bought mine. Oh right, okay. I bought mine years ago. So I just recently installed it into the warehouse. Nice. Yeah. I have the Levina Pro 4 kilowatt of the. Yes, because they did do ones. It's got an afterburner controller. Nice. Mr. Hotkells, how much did you pay for that, sir? That sounds a very expensive one. I've seen some of them go all the way up to about £300 to £500. They're probably not cheap. The cheap Chinese diesel ones, there was about 130 quid. They weren't. You know, they're not great, but they do work. I've had mine for 6 years. It's still running now. Obviously, I've got no gas. The gas meter got taken away years ago. So it's the only way I can keep warm. They're very effective. Very, very effective. I'm lucky. I'm being a plumber during the lockdown whilst working from home. I've got 34 reds, 4 boilers, 3 baths, and 1 bedroom flat. Bloody Nora, how have you managed to get all of them going? And mind you, if you're a plumber, plumbers can get round anything at the end of the day. That's 34 reds. I mean, 34 reds going. I suppose you would do. Really, you can actually use, I have seen this, it was someone done it on YouTube. They took a diesel heater and then run it through a hot water system. So not only did they get hot water, but they also managed to get radiator heat as well. I don't know how to do it. So you've got to be very clever at that front. There was no explaining how he done it, but he proved it. He did do it. So all the heat weren't being lost; it was being reused, basically. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff for there's a lot of stuff for 1 bedroom. Bloody hell! No, it's a joke. Oh right, okay. Thanks, Andy. Yeah, well, you got me on that front. Why has he worked that one out? Bloody 34 reds. What in? I mean, I've only got a 1 bedroom flat. It's a joke in here. I can't even move. That did make me laugh. I thought, seriously? I'll take, you know what it is, I'm so gullible half the time, I'll just take people's word for it. I don't question. I've never had no question to actually take it. I mean, the stories I used to hear, and I'm thinking, bloody hell. And then they come out of it, so they're so serious, yeah. I've added a 10mm copper pipe wrapped around around the exhaust, so around the diesel heater, and then heat up the hot water. See, this is what I'm saying. Into a 660 litre tank that I run. That's from rainwater. They use for cleaning items with. Nice. Well, you have to send us a picture of that, Mr. Beaker. See how you, because once you get all that set up, did you manage to get quite far in setting it up? Obviously, it would be bloody cold in that warehouse without a diesel heater, sir. And obviously, that's a fair size. That's quite a few cubic. That's quite a few cubic like inches of feet of where you're working. So you're going to need that diesel heater is going to have to be working overtime to keep that warm in there. But it will. I mean, it's all right in the summer, but in the winter times where it's -7, obviously, all right. It's not like Mr. Carrefour stuff where it's -18. You're thinking, Jesus, we will have something to moan about. -7's bad enough, but not -18. Dinner time. Oh, what have you got? You got something nice? I've already had my dinner. I had a carvery. I think I know what Mr. Worms is having. Probably sausages or pot noodle. I just got it up and running and added a copper pipe. So I just got to have to wait for the pump to come and then connect the pump to the tank. Nice. It's quiche tonight. Oh, do you know what? I love a bit of quiche. Actually, I love a bit of quiche. Nice, Mr. Worms. Very nice, sir. Very, very nice. So yeah, that's the water that circulates properly. Quiche. Oh, bit of quiche. Love a bit of quiche. Was in plastic package. Mr. Swindon, that is very true, sir. Probably in plastic packaging. Yes. I just had spag bowl. Even a nice bit about a spag bowl. I'd like a bit of spag bowl. Obviously not without the meat, but I'll have a bit of corn or something like that. No, it's in a silver tin and in a box. Nice. Is it? That's another thing. I bet many people don't. Also, my veg is my place was in plastic. See, this is what lets it down, doesn't it? Everything's in bloody plastic. My veg was in where it was in plastic now, and me rice. Obviously, the rice that I've got. Let me show you the one. And I've got a rice cooker. I'll tell you what, Mr. Worms, invest in a rice cooker. One of the best things you could ever do, sir. Bronson. Mr. Worms, this is the rice I have, and I do it in my rice cooker. Right. I buy this stuff. Bit of basmati. It's 10 kg. This will last me a couple of years. Right. And I put this. It's in like a foil bag. Right. Keeps it nice and fresh. But wow. And believe it or not, all that cost me was £5. It was just under £6 at the end of the day, and it's the original basmati with a delicious aroma, with a delicate taste, perfect for all rice dishes. I bought a small page. You have a rice field. He literally did 10 kg. It's just under 6. Right, and import 350 ml of water, and that swells from like that to like that. It's literally, he's killed the mic. He's killed the mic. Sorry guys. Oh yeah, you're right. So yeah, literally it'll take that much. He's back. So it takes that much and it gives you that much rice. It's ludicrous. Literally, I'm not joking. So yeah, get some proper basmati stuff. Bronson, obviously, I know what Bronson's waiting for. Bronson's waiting for the bloody sandwich on that front. That big old Bronzy. No, he's a troublemaker, that Bronzy. Trouble. No, Bronzel. Not that Bronzy. The only thing is, it's 10 kg. It weighs a ton. Oh, God almighty. Yeah, you don't want to knock it over. Bronson, get out of the bag. You can't eat raw rice, you crank. Can he will or not? He's already knocked my pens over. I'll put it behind me. Can't be bothered to go back out in the kitchen. Yeah, he was like, he wanted me. He's like, he wants your food. He's always food related. You know why? It's because my mum done me some corn sandwiches on that front. Be careful of storing large amounts of at the moment. What do you make the warm water stored it? It could heat or cycle at least rise up to 60 degrees and kill the bacteria. Yes, Legionella disease. Yes, that is too true. One of the biggest silent killers in tanks. That is very true, my friend. Legionnaire's disease is obviously something that you really do not want, and obviously it's a bit like the episode, isn't it? Take the two dead pigeons out the storage tank. It was obviously in 40 towers. He said, "That's it. We've been closed down." But all jokes aside, yeah, it is. You have to be careful. It's why I never store water. Let's see if I can put that one back in. Oh, look at that. You know, I knew it. It always comes up trumps. Always comes up trumps. I always get one that I'll find. Wow. Yeah, I found one on there. Yay! Fixed. Alright. Sorry, Bronson. Now this one's all clean. It ain't rocking around. What's up with your mic today? It keeps cutting. Do you know what? I don't even know what's going on with the microphone. This, I've never had. To be honest, I don't know if it's OBS. But I thought I'll invest with a lot of the streamers. I sort the camera out, didn't I? Now I have a bloody microphone issue at the end of the day. It either works or it don't bloody work. I don't get it. And these DJIs, no one's never had an issue. No, guess what? I bet I do. Because that's just me. Nothing ever works. I'll plonk it up there and see if that cuts out again. I don't know why it keeps cutting out. It's mad. You shouldn't do it. You shouldn't really go down that route of being unresponsive. Right, I can put all these back now. Oh, I didn't put all the phone ones back. Oh, for crying out loud. Knew I forgot something. Hold up. Let's put the foam pads back on. There you go. Knew I forgot something. It's fine stored cold, but when it's warm for long periods and for time and it's not heated, then the drinking it does it's particles that you breathe. Is that how it all starts off then on that front? Andy, you know, as soon as you start heating water up. What about kettles? Do kettles work on exactly the same basis. You know, like, obviously, if you kept, say for argument's sake, you kept a kettle filled up, and it's a gas kettle, right? Which I've got a camping stove. So I'll fill it up from the tap, might not touch it for a week or two. Is it okay to reheat back up? Or is it best just to tip it away and then just do fresh again? Trouble is, water's it's got a lot of bleach in water. There's a lot of bleach. So it's very bleachy. Because I thought that would still, the principles still might apply. Obviously, the UK's water industry, it's very scaly. I mean, it's not like the Germans or the French water. French water's got very soft water. They actually might use filters now. But some don't taste as less bleachy as others. The UK is obviously, there is more. It's horrifying because you hear stories they put like fluoride in water. They put all different types of chemicals in. You think you don't know what you're drinking half the time. It is true. Bottled water is no different, and I drink loads of that. No, if you boil it, it wouldn't matter. It's just full of bacteria boiling that kills. So that's why they cook food. Right, makes sense. It does make sense. It's like people eat raw meat. Like you can eat a steak raw, literally raw. You can give that to dogs. You can give raw steaks to dogs. It's like raw on that front. But I couldn't. Pork. I think pork's one of the biggest killers because, like you said, if you've undercooked pork, you know, obviously you'll get food poisoning. I think this is what put me off of meat. Obviously, for that reason. If it's 9 out of 10, if it's not cooked properly, it will be the killer. It will finish you off. Yeah, pork and chicken. Yes. Chicken, you can see, it will go white. So you know that you'd be fine with that. But with pork, it's a bit more iffy. If it's not cooked to a certain temperature, not everyone's got a probe to probe the chicken or the pork. You have to be literally so careful with cooking foods. And I know I've worked in cafes and restaurants, so I know what it's like. Hygiene is a really big thing. And that's when I got into doing pest control. And then I went from pest control and then I started doing other things. When I worked on building sites. I don't know. I'd hate to think. The amount of jobs that I've had, I can't even recall of how many jobs I've had over the years. It's literally, it's been right diverse. I've worked in metal farm industries where I was making iron gates, working in vats, and I had to knock that on the head because the chemicals was getting too much for me. Bacteria is everywhere, yes, all the time. Yeah, there's different types, there's good and bad. Yeah, you can kill it, you can kill, that is true, yeah. We live with the good. Yes, that is true. Very true, Mr. Andy. That is true, sir. We do live with 90% of what we end up having is you don't think of it at the time, you just don't. Mr. Worms has got a quiche tonight. Nice one. Wonder what Mr. Hotcow's had. Must have been something nice. See, I don't eat late. It's not good eating late. But the quiche stays so nice. Quiche and a bit of rice, right up my street. I'd have a bit of that basmati and a nice quiche. I've got no feet to cook it on. Obviously, I've got a fancy cooker. It's not plugged in because it eats too much of my electric. I have to keep my electric down. otherwise it gets out of control. We was hungry too. We had 2 biscuits and 2 tins of toast. Is that all you've had? Bloody hell, that ain't enough, my friend. That's not enough at all. No, that's all the screws popped back in. Cool, so I've got 1 screw left. So what I mean, I always end up with 1 screw. Why have I ended up with 1 screw left? Wow. And it's not rattling around no more. Nice. Fixed. She's done. She ain't rattling around. Seven. Cool. Right, let me put these pops of screws on, because the next item I want to bring on board, I don't know what was up with that bloody thing. I don't know why it was making that noise, and then now it weren't doing it. That's bloody weird. Absolutely weird. Never seen that before. Oh, that was a pot. Alright, bring that in there. Let's move this out of the way. That costs everything to go in the kitchen, because it's when you go to blame. It's soaking there, Mr. Worms. It's true. Jesus. Always snip that away. Oh look, there's another screw. Oh no, that goes over there. Alright. But bloody hell, where's all these screws coming from? Can't use that. I could put that bung in the pot. Where is that? That one can go over there. That can go there. That's rubbish. That is rubbish. Oh, nicely, nicely. Michael, how you doing, my friend? How you yeah, I'm glad you popped in. Hope you're well, sir. Snip this. Right, well the Ataris are back together. I ain't got a screw rattling around inside it, so that's one good aspect. That front. Right, let me grab the next project. Let's go back. Not bad over here. Just had a calf mocha and a chicken McNugget. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, it does sound really nice. Obviously, I was in a Toby Carvery earlier on with my mum. Obviously, Mr. Paul Pico was in there and he said, send me some over. I said, it might be a bit cold the time to send it over. Obviously, oh, I didn't think it'd take long for Mr. Bronson to be in the house on that front. No surprise there. That front. Anything where it's food related. So what's she put in here today? Bit of cheese. Oh, bit of cheese and pickle. Nice. Let's see how long it takes, right? Look how big that is, right? Tiger bread, right? It's really nice. It's fresh. I always get it from the local bakery. Nice bit of fresh tiger loaf. Watch, see how much he'll eat, right? Watch. Wait for it. Oh, there's only half left. That's not Bronson. Is that for Bronson? Oh, and he's glued me up and all. Jesus. He's at half a sandwich. He's swallowed half of that. That's gone. That is no exaggeration with Bronson. None. That is true, Mr. Pico. He always wants the rest. It was really cold last night. He really cuddled up. It was obviously... Oh, when he had to go to the postman and all. He didn't like the postman. The postman put something through the letterbox. It was a birthday card from his sister in Australia. We wanted to kill the postman. I just had a dog, and he won't stop eating. So, if you let it. I enjoyed my Christmas presents for all 2 minutes. All right. Yes, you got that lovely surprise from your company. Obviously, I'll save that one for later. No, it was about Bronson. Oh, right, yeah. He's present. Oh, of course it was. I only go to the kitchen for a beer out the fridge in my kitchen, and I had a bouncer who looked at me funny and spent a long time. I learnt it was not to question her. You're thinking, oh no, quick. Right, obviously, the oscilloscope. Now, obviously, for what I've done to this, Mr. Pico, me and Mr. Pico had a bit of a video discussion about getting this properly set up, but obviously, yes, that is a nice scope. Well, it was until I ballsed it up, Michael. That was obviously my own doing on that front, because it did have a flat line across, but now it ain't got a flat line. It ain't got a horizontal. It's got a vertical line on it now. So we need to open it back up and just inspect, make sure everything's put back. I would like to get this working. I did keep the box now, so that's one good aspect. Even if I have to send this to get this one working, send it away, get it working, it'd be worth it. Because I've not seen a working one. There was another one online, wasn't working. He wanted 180 for it. So these must be popular. If not, I'll have the yeah, is that the old CRT stuff? It is, my friend. It is the old CRT. It's got a big ray cathode tube inside, which you'll see in a minute when I take it off. And here she is, all in her former glory. She's heavy as hell. So we've got a big, obviously, we've got the tube on here, so this is vacuum packed, so this would all, it's like a miniature TV. It really is like a miniature TV. It works exactly the same way. That is the Harris 3305. It's true what Mr. Pico said. It's a classic. It's a lovely machine. Obviously, yeah, that's the tube assembly. It's very cute. Yeah, it's very. I've never seen anything like it. Obviously, you don't see teardown videos of inside a lot of the old electrics, and I find this is what I'm saying. I had all this apart, literally. Yeah, it's careful with that. You won't get zapped. Lucky enough, she wasn't plugged in on that front. But yeah, you're right. This is very like. I would say this is more of the hot zone, because obviously the power is coming in from the transformer, being straight diverted straight to boost up to get the cathode tube on that front. I mean, yeah. So you're 100% right there. You've only got to ask for the coder for that one. Obviously, mucking about with IPA in 10 amps is enough to light him up. Literally, he was lucky. Very, very lucky. So what I want to do, I want to go over of what because I didn't take everything out. I just want to make sure I put everything back. So that was the blue versus the blue. Yeah. Them wires are all soldered in. I'm gonna pull that one down just ever so slight. Where is the toothbrush? Just want to give that a little bit of a clean. You know what happens? This is why I've not plugged her in yet. I want to leave it plugged in. Ah, that one's not soldered. That could be a reason. Look, that's all wiggling around. So we've got a loose pad on the top there. See what I mean? This is the reasons why. I thought, right, is any of the wires put back right? That wire's put back right. That one is. That one's gone on there. So we've got that one put back. So let me switch her on for a minute. Yeah, them tubes old, really old voltage. Yeah, they do. They seriously, you wouldn't think so, but I think they have a serious amount of voltage. Yeah, that's why you hear the crack on the back of it. It could be. As loose as anything. Let me bring you down. I can show you. Wiggling around. She is a bit of a beast. This is why I didn't want to power her up. No, still no. It's lifted the pad up. Both of them pads are lifted. Shit. Right, okay. Is that a trace from the bottom or the top? No, lucky they're not. They're not lifted. They've lifted from the top. Both of them are lifted from the top, but they're not. The traces are not going anywhere. I'm just having a look to see if they're traced to the next component. No, so that indicates to me that that's got to be from underneath. That's soldered. Now these traces go on to here. Yes, them ones do. And they're not touching. Right. Well, that one wasn't before, but it is now. So, let me just double check and make sure. Give me 1 minute, I'll read your messages. Just make sure that these are all put back. Let's put that back a minute. Tell you what, it's a great little soldering iron that is. It's one of the best things I ever bought. Well, that wasn't on there now, but it is now soldered. And the other one's soldered as well. Right, okay, I'm not going to afford to plug her in and give her a go. See if that could have just been a simple... Everything else is put back right. Trace repair time. No, it should be alright. We have a metal degree box in it where we can put CR2s and smash. Yeah, God, didn't they go with... Mr. Pico, didn't they go with a bang? I remember a TV falling over once. It fell off the back of the... It come in from the hospice and it fell off the back of the truck. And we heard a mighty bang. And because obviously they're vacuum sealed. God, the glass went everywhere. It shattered. Yeah, they didn't have to go over a bang on it. Yeah, so that was about 45 years ago. My uncle had a telly office at the back, and he's done something with the HT leads, and it flew him across the room with a big blow. Jesus, that goes to show, have respect for electricity. You seriously do have respect for it. When you're doing repairs, it looks entertaining for people, and it gives them an encouragement. But what you also, there's a massive negative side which they don't tell you. There should be a disclaimer, right? Which people don't put disclaimers on. It makes no difference if it's retro or if it's modern. The principles apply the same. There should be a disclaimer that don't copy for whatever you see. Is because of someone else's mistake, you're thinking, oh, I might be able to rectify that. I know what he went wrong. Don't copy. I really can't stress that enough. At the end of the day, you do that at your own caution, because look at the coder. That's a prime example. He's done 1,000, maybe 2,000, 3,000 of PlayStation 5s, Xbox Series X's, and obviously all he had was a bit of IPA, which it warns you this stuff is highly flammable. And that's my point. Don't copy someone. Even the professionals get it wrong. It's really voltage, and what you do, it can seriously hurt you. It can kill you. Yeah. We joke around putting him in the metal box, but we should really shoot fire into the holes, because they really do make a boom. God, I bet it's enough echo in there, Mr. Pico. Literally going, you can imagine in a warehouse the mighty bang that'll give off. Well, I'm going to plug her in. There, that makes it shake. God, I bet it bloody does. Now, obviously, we're going to have really high voltage here, so I'm going to keep my hands well away. Let's see if anything happens. No, it's still doing the same thing. It's got the exact same settings. I've not touched the settings. The front. So, obviously, that is a bummer. There you go. She's off. Switch her off. She's got high voltage. It's yeah, and it's all concreted and all. Jesus, what? And it shakes it. Fuck, yeah, that's like that is that's very. Well, that's frustrating because obviously now let me see if I can try to put a little bit of let me see if I can just put a little dab, just a little dab of solder on that block. There you go. A little dab on there. Nicely done. I don't think it's going to make any difference just by adding a little bit of that in. Nope, no difference at all. So, obviously I've upset something in the balance by even taking one capacitor out. And I've put the capacitor around the right way, so which was that cap now. Just double check to make sure I've put all the leads around it. I think I have. I've marked everything cut when I took it all off. And everything is plugged back in. No. No. You know what I've just done, Mr. Pico? You're not going to believe this, sir. I've not put 3 wires back on. And I kid you not, look inside what I've just done. And I've just noticed inside. Right inside there, look. 3 wires are not connected to the board. This is why. I don't frigging believe it. I can see the wires just dangling around and I've colour coded them. That is why. Rookie mistake. 3 wires are not put back. That is why. What did you say to me yesterday? You said, you actually said, did you put all the wires back? I said, yes, sir. I did put them all back. Obviously, I was tired and I was cranky, and obviously I was looking at it. I've just looked inside. They're just dangling down. There's 3 wires not connected to the board. That's why it's horizontal. Look, I'm a rookie, right? I'm still learning, right? Dealing with vintage stuff, you know, out of all people, you know what it's like. This stuff is not easy to work on, and I can't stress enough at the end of the day. Everything when it comes to electricals, even Mr. Swindon can tell you, because Mr. Swindon deals with a little bit of everything, right? So he can have an air dryer, he can have a Hoover, he can have an Xbox, so he's quite diverse. So he's not just doing one thing. If it ain't fixing switches, he's doing other bits and pieces. Dealing with retro, it's a completely different ball game, but the same principles apply at the end of it. You're still learning. you still got, once you've done a few of them, then you get to know roughly where all the bits are. But this board is so complex. This is what happens. Yes. Well, we don't say that word on here, Mr. Swindon. I'm surprised of you, sir. Even you brought that subject up. I didn't. I deal with everything, but I recycle more of it. Yes, well, that's understandable. I'd be good at working alongside you, sir, because I'm good at taking things apart. So I'd actually get on quite well in your warehouse. Yeah, I know. I didn't want to bring it up, Mr. Swindon, because I didn't want to say, I know it's a touchy subject. Obviously, I had to repair one. Lucky enough, it just had a dodgy bulb holder. Yeah, that's tomorrow's job. And now you mentioned it, I can't believe I've got to take all this back off to put them 3 wires back on. And I've left 3 wires off. I was waiting for someone for them to say, well, I'd laugh at my ass off. I didn't want to bring this subject up because I know certain things when you do your streaming, sir. Yeah, you banned that word, and I can rightly so. So yes, that is why we don't mention the project word. So if Mr. Hotcows was sitting there, he'd probably be laughing his ass off as well. If you come to my warehouse, you'll be filling your cutter and taking things home. No, I'll be good at taking things apart because I'm good at doing that. So no, I'll get on quite well in your warehouse. It's just a shame that you're too far away. I'll come and work for you. I would. I'd love to do. See things. I love taking things apart. I find more interesting in taking things apart more than fixing, because then it gives you an insight of knowing how it all can go back apart again. I can't believe I've done that. I've just literally found that it's literally 3 wires are not even connected to the board. Let me grab a bottle of water before I start. And now I want to discharge half of these caps now because I put voltage in it. Obviously this is really high voltage. I don't want to get zapped. I can't believe I've done it. I looked, I honestly thought I put them wires back. Except we use hammers, axes and stuff, so things go apart faster. Oh, that's alright. Demolition. I'm good at demolition. Now, today I've got these ones from Tesco's. Now these ones have got vits in. Get more vits. Or get more its. This one's a fibre one, but I like this one. This is peach and apricot. I've just looked in there with a torch. I cannot believe I've done that. Unbelievable. Do you know what, Andy? You are absolutely right, sir. It's a learning curve. He's 100% right. When you think that everything... Yeah, you should get more. You should get more bits and more microplastics. Do you know what? You summed it up, sir. 100%. But yes, Mr. Andy's right there. He said it's all about self-learning curve. When you think you know everything, you can go back and realise that you now know how to do for what you've done. And every day is a school day. It is. It's literally. If I have to get, I'm thinking that I said this. I think you're right. You think you know everything, but something else can come along. You can ask literally Mr. Swindon on this front, and Mr. Swindon's listening. I know he's listening. Mr. Swindon deals with a bit of everything, right? A bit like PCDD, where he just deals with all PCs, laptops, and things like JFix does as well. So them two are really quite common when it comes to like fixing laptops and PCs. I would say more PC related with PCDD because he deals with, he's got customers a bit like Mr. Swindon does. But Mr. Swindon's got stuff coming in constant. So you like you said, it could be an air straightener, it could be like I don't know, it could be a box radio. He's had amplifiers come in, and one of them amplifiers, I've got one of them amplifiers with the exact same problem. So he's now helped me in that sense, because now I know I can't get to it in a minute because it's buried in the bedroom. I will get to it, but it's got the exact same issue. The red light stays on, it won't go green. And it is one of those tannoy bloody sub speakers. So now I know roughly where to look on the board. He will just cut me all of that time and the headache out, because I wouldn't have even attempted it. But obviously watching others and getting into this, it encourages you just to do a little bit more. You could change the red light for a green one. Do you know what? You read my mind, Mr. Squishy Worms. You're 100% right there, sir. I could just swap it around and actually done it. Fixed. But then obviously I won't get nothing coming out. Do you know what? I can't believe that. Absolutely legend. Absolutely legend. I love it. Absolutely. That's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. So just don't muck about. We don't muck about with red lights. We just swap them for green bulbs. I can't believe that. Absolutely legend. Oh, that's funny. That is really funny. What's the fix for the red light? What you can remember? I can't remember now. No. Yes, that tannoy speaker, the one you had. Yes, that's it. Mr. Carford, see what I mean? He's got a sharp mind there, Mr. Carford. That's the Swedish minds for you, see? They're very sharp on that front. That's it. The tip, 31C and that. Ah, yeah. So, yes, it's got the exact same issue. Red light won't go to green. And it is one of them tannoy speakers. Bloody... So now I know where to look. So, really, in fact... this is why I love watching communities channels, because you might just have something in and you think, bloody hell, I've got one of them with the exact same issue, and mine has. So that must be a common problem. It's awful, but it's, yeah, I can remember, but for better reasons. So all I have to do is just go back to previous. I just sent it to him. But remember, it's better for some reason. Yeah, so I could just go back to Mr. Swindon's channel and just look back on his previous repair of the speaker, and I'll know exactly where to look on the board. It won't take too long for it anyway, because there'll only be two that's near enough on the side of each other, and they're always next to the power end. It does make sense. I'll just have to order. I'll have to order them right ones on there. So I'll make notice of the tip 31C when I end the stream. I'll go back and look at the message and write that down and make a note. I'll just make a quick note. That's why I keep notepads on everything. I'll just make a quick note, and then I know I'll get them ordered, and I'll have to dig that out. I'll test them. But I'm pretty sure that it's got the same problem. I'll get a red light, it won't switch to green because they're just a sub. I've got the rest of the system. They're a 5.1 system. I've got it on with the bit underneath on there. So that indicates to me, you know, Mr. Pico, you know what I've got to do? Oh God! To get to this board, right? To the board side on it. I don't think I can get underneath there and switch them, put them on. I can't believe there's 3 wires I forgot to put on, and I colour coded them and all. I literally colour coded them. Yeah, I can't get to them because of the way they've got this board allocated. I've got to take all them dials off, right? The whole dials have all got to come off. The front's got to come off. I've got to loosen all this board up just to get to this. I've got to do it. That means I'm going to mess up all of the settings. But before I do the settings, I'll take a picture and do what you recommended. I can't believe that. I've looked inside. I thought, why is that? That was working. Yeah, I think I got that ball. No. Remember to turn the new transistors around. Thank you, Mr. Swindon. I will do that, sir. because they've got to be reversed. But it's got the exact same issue, and it's a tannoy. It must be a common problem with them. They just burn out. Right, I'm going to take a picture of the dials. Oh, I didn't want that one. Yeah, that's the only thing. You've got to make sure when you take them out, the legs, otherwise you'll blow it. You'll re-blow it again. The subwoofer fixes are cool. So I've had the Videodrome sub-fix ones and the call light issue, and after that they work for years. See what I mean? This is a prime example, and I'll tell you what, that sub's got some kick to it. When you have it all wired up properly, it's fantastic. So now I need boxes now. Oh God, here we go. So I'm going to have to take all... I can't believe I've got to take all this off. I've just looked on it. Now, I honestly thought that I put all them wires back. Well, clearly I didn't. This is why I didn't want to glue the front. Mr. Worms, I couldn't believe Mr. Worms was actually recommended, saying, go on, glue the front. Bloody glad I didn't now. If I'd have glued the front, I would have been in a world of trouble. Hang on, Mr. Swindon, I'll read your messages, sir. Yeah, it's really really bassy. Oh, no, it's got some kick. It's got some. I'll tell you what, you didn't hear its true power. I've got the proper amplifier to power that up. Right, it has to have the back on that. The back on them amplifiers. You got two reds. Right, you had a red and a white, and there's another one called sub out. Right, put the sub out, right, onto the power supply, and then what you do, you take that out, it comes out of the other amplifier and then comes back in, and what that does, it gives it an extra kick. It makes it even louder, and my God, does it shake. It's got some serious. If you look at on there, it's got. I took the speaker out. The bloody size of the speaker. It's got some. It really does kick. Put it this way. You thought that was loud, it was nothing. It actually goes louder than what you think it does. As long as you've got the proper system to set it, and I have. But it just stopped working. It just had a red light. It won't come back on. It was working lovely. And I bought that from new. I got that from Richard Sands. I think I paid about, with the system, with the 5.1 system that it comes with, I think I paid roughly... give or take, I think I paid just under £500 for the complete lot, and it's a really good system. But yeah, there is one called sub out. You need to take the sub out and put it, and then it comes back in, and then it's got some switches on the back of it which you wasn't sure. And one of them switches, it lowers the frequency, makes it louder. As soon as you drop it, my God, the bass just drops. It really does kick. I'm impressed with it, put it that way. When I heard it all properly set up through Richard Sands, when I went, bloody, I've got to buy this. I went, this is the nuts. The 5.1 system's got a lovely sound to it, and that bass really kicks, and it's great for movies on that front. So I can't believe I've got to take all this off, literally all of it. Oh, yeah. Can't believe it. All that for the sake of I left 3 bloody wires off. I didn't think it was, because I thought it was working before. It was only to. This is why, right? And I know it sounds daft, but I really stress this enough, right? Get a strong light like one of these Eco Flows. Alright, these might be a little bit expensive, right? I've got this when I bought me power bank, because they throw this in. This was 90 quid. on this one. And this not only uses, like, it's got an output, it's got an input as well, so you can charge all your phone up and other bits and pieces. These things, this is so powerful, and it's got one of those new technology batteries in it. This is 7200 milliamp battery on this phone, and the output is 5.5 volts, 2 amps max, and the input is 5 volts in, 2 amps max. And it just, these are great for camping. This is what it's designed. I've used this more than anything on the electrics, because you know when you just need to get up close to actually do a visual inspection. Don't get me wrong, cameras are great, they really do, but sometimes the eye can see better than what a camera can. And literally, when I've got a little bit of extra light, just putting it on, you can see what a camera can't pick up. And this is why I use this thing constantly, all the time. And it's got me out of trouble so much. Obviously, when I've just had a peek inside, I can see the wires dangling down. Obviously, I thought I installed them. No, I didn't. I'll tell you what, that snow was seriously coming down today. I'm just hoping tonight that I wake up tomorrow, I'll come out and my car's not snowed in. It looks like it's all coming from Germany over to France into the UK. Northern Ireland, Scotland and up north I haven't got any. They just got like the tower, and it looks like it's mainly all heading towards the south and all round here the middle, going up to the Midlands end. It looks like it's sweeping across. So that is why I'm getting vertical lines and not horizontal lines, because obviously the other wires are not connected to the board. Well, that, to me, that's a relief. That really is a relief. I've not bollocksed anything up, and I've not, pardon my French. So I've not seriously damaged it. Well, I'll soon know, as soon as I put them wires back on. I think we'll be alright. I looked yesterday, it looked like they was on, but obviously I didn't look close enough. And again, that torch got me straight out. As soon as I see them dangling down. I went, that's why. That's why the signal is the way it is. So there was nothing wrong with this to start with. So it was just purely just not set up properly. And then I can order myself a set of leads. This is why we didn't have a red light or any of the others. Read your message, Andy. Let me. To be honest, at my age, at 4K, 8K, so it ain't no good for me. My eyes are now at 480p. It's about 200 watts minimum. Do you know, it's terrible, isn't it? We get to that stage where, as we're obviously getting older, we're all falling apart more. It's not fun. It's seriously, getting old is not fun. I mean, they say the 50s is the new 40s. Well, how do they work that out? In 40s, mate, I didn't wake up with my back weren't bent like a banana. I didn't wake up with aches and pains in my leg. I mean, none of us want to get older, but we've got no bloody option. It does that does make me laugh though. Right, let me flip her over. I might have to take these screws out because these ones are holding this in. It's true. You do make me laugh. That's what I loved about the community. I've had more of a laugh on the community than anything else. This is why sometimes live streaming is great, because everyone can just join in and just chat about any old crap, basically. Even when you're getting older. It's bad, isn't it? It's yeah. Seriously, I'm just spending more time in clinics. I know exactly in the cardiology. St. Only other. I've got to go to. I've already had a cardiology. Obviously, I keep having these dizzy spells. I mean, it probably ain't helping because I keep sniffing the glue. That's obviously not helping. Glue, and they go around glue sniffing. I'm not. Just take that with a grain of salt. I'm not glue sniffing at all. But yes, I can definitely relate to that, my friend. It's like, obviously, I had to be wired. It made me laugh because I was just thinking, bloody hell, I could have done that free of charge, and I've got a 60-volt one. Mr. Rockhouse has come back. Yeah, I was busy. I was busy there getting people all kinds of diagnostics. It's terrible, isn't it? We have to have MOTs more frequent, and it bleeding good. That's how bad society's got there as we're getting older. You know, we're getting worse. Mr. Ace, how you doing, how's your foot, my friend? I hope it's all better. I like Mr. Ace, he cracks me up. Nothing like a bit of JD and Coke. Bloody screw's gone round. This one's turning round. There she is. Found her. There you go. She's out. Yeah, did you hear about the back from the Dreamcast customer yet, Ace? Oh yeah, he was doing the Dreamcast. That's when I did pop on. I meant to ask about that. My next blood appointment is on the 19th. Never mind the life of Brian, it's more like life of the old croc. Not yet. It's true, Mr. Rockhouse. You're right there. You're right there, sir. Hopefully, there's life in the old girl as we know it. I bet I've got to take the bloody bottom off. That's what makes me laugh. Okay, one's in tomorrow. No, he's probably still in there crying. Not yet. You'll have to stay out. You'll have to stay out garbage bins, my friend. Obviously, it's not going to do you the world of good. Trying to stump down rubbish. You need your legs. You'd be lost without them. Pico Tech repairs. So, Mr. Hotcows, what did you have for dinner? Did you have something nice, my friend? Find it. I can't lift this up. Flip her over. I've got to take the bottom off. This is just to get all that. I've got bloods. I've got bloods and COPD checkup tomorrow. God, isn't it terrible how we all getting bleeding? We end up, we're all falling apart, ain't just me. Fucking Jesus. We've had Mandy. What? We've had Mandy cooked. Chili and basmati. Oh, nice. Topped with lactose-free cheese. Oh, yum. Nice and healthy. That's what I like with it. Oh, hold up a minute. Sorry, guys. I've got to take all that off because there's another 3 screws, and I forgot you can't take this off. You've got to take the whole bottom. I've got to take all this off just to put them 3 wires back. I've got really near enough to read out. Mandy's my lovely wife. I thought you was talking about. Mr. Swindon there. Do you know what? The day he knew he was going to do that, you know, chill and relax as basmati rice in a field. So literally, that is true. I got 10 kilos of it. 10 kilos of basmati rice. She's right behind me, sir. I can vouch for that. Sorry, Bronson. I'll wake you up. There you go, sir. Look. 10 kg of basmati rice. I've got a paddy field I've been growing. Now we forgot we've got 2 Mandys. So yes, obviously I grew one in a paddy field on that front. Right, now she can come off. All this, just to take all this off. Unbelievable. You've got to be careful because, like I said, and that's another thing I didn't do. Fuck. I'm glad I'm taking it apart now. I forgot the cleaner. It won't come off because you've got to take... Is that one off? No, yeah. The trouble with these plastics, they're so brittle. They just literally are. That's the only thing with these plastic bits. You've got to be so careful of handling them. We forgot we have to that. No, we forgot that we've got an issue with this silly scope. Yes. And I didn't put the front screws back on this, if I remember correctly. Oh God, let me pull it this way. Because I forgot, I've got a wire connected to this. It's soldered, which is down the bottom there. So I'll have to be really careful. But I didn't put the other screws back into this. And I didn't clean this up and all. So, oh no, what have I done? Sorry guys, I've not the thing on there. No, it's alright. Yes, sushi worms and chili relax. We was being silly. So it's user error. Yes, basically my understanding, obviously, my doing. This is what I said. Don't copy me. I'm not a professional, right? It's just for purely entertaining purposes, right? I've got to put 3 wires back on. So, yes, so lucky enough, the trusty torch, the magical torch, got me out of the situation. When I've looked inside, there's 3 wires dangling down, and I forgot to add 3 wires back on. That is the reasons why the scope is not horizontal, it's vertical. And that's obviously, yeah, that's what matters. At least we found the issue. Exactly, Mr. Worms, exactly. So, unfortunately, I've got to take it all apart again to get to them 3 wires, because you cannot get underneath there, because the wires I need to gain access It's right up this end. So there's nothing way you can't get in there to poke the wires back in. It was working, and he took it apart, and now it's not working. Watch the previous. well, I honestly thought there was a problem with it. So straight away, instinct kicked in, and I thought, do you know what? Just take it apart. At the end of the day, I get. You know what it is? You get eager. It's taking things apart. This is what I said. I'll be good at working at your place, Mr. Pico. I'm good at taking things apart. I'll be even better with screwdrivers and hammers at the end of the day. So yes, sir. Let me get a bit of I've got to get me little. Where's me little cleaning brush? Yeah, it was fixed until he didn't. Until I think, oops, what have I done? Stop! You're just pulling your hair out. You're thinking, oh no. Look, it ain't as bad as you think it is, right? So let's let sleeping dogs. Let's just forget that wasn't in existence, right? If I delete the video, then I can't say for sure that I actually did say no. I never took it apart. Like this one, I'll just say no. It didn't exist. You're just imagining things. You're just seriously imagining things. It ain't that bad. Look, now I've found the problem, I can fix it. It's a simple rookie mistake. One thing I do want to know, because that's really pitted on there badly. Yeah, then I come on halfway, and I thought, I see the screen, it is carnage, and then I thought, oh no. I thought, oh my God, stream back. What was he? He's turning the knob low. You know, he's turning the knobs. What are you doing? Look, we all make mistakes. I admit it. Everyone else admits it at the end of the day. Denial is not a thing, right? So we're skim past that. Everything's all cushy, right? It's not as bad as you think. You're thinking, oh no, he should have just left it alone. It was probably fully working. It was fully working. Just thought, oh, that's it. Yeah, let's just forget about it. It was just for the first bit. It was practice. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, my friend. My new friend. Don't forget to smash the like button. Yeah. Just gonna clean inside. Then these pit V, like they always like I suppose in this type of equipment, it always ends up not being the greatest. Yeah, it's like break it and then fix it. Well, it makes great content. Look, have you ever seen one, Mr. Pico? Can I answer you something, sir? Have you ever seen one of these taken apart, right, break it and then refix it? Because I'll tell you what, I haven't until I come along. I mean, you know, it does make good content. That's all I say. And you get to see all the lovely guts inside it. You know, and like I said, I'm getting better at it. I'm getting better. So there will be a day. Yeah, it's only on this stream. That is true, sir. Very true. Look at Mr. M. Look at poor Mr. MK with the robot. He literally, that poor robot, it literally got dismembered so much. And he said, "Don't worry, I'm going to send it to Mr. Chill and Relax." He said it pays no tax. Well, I fell off the chair. Absolutely killed me. Yeah. This is what I love about Mr. MK. Absolutely legend. Yeah, I agree, Pico. It's how he. Well, it is. It's like you said. It's like watching BBC Two at your Open University. It's like we're going back to basics. We have to know what makes these things tick by taking it apart, because then you can get to see and you know, you can get the gubbins. But now I've took this apart a few times, I've got confident, I know what to look for, and roughly, well, not what to look for, but to take it apart, and then we can diagnose it further. Obviously, as long as I don't muck about with this cathode tube up here, obviously due to high voltage. Oh, that looks a little bit cleaner. Yeah, nice. It's got some of the corrosion of that. Now, I better put the screws back in, but before I do that, this has obviously got to come out. Now, to get to that, if I remember correctly, I've got to undo this screw, and I've got to put the other screws back in, and I've got to clean that screen. That's one thing there was a couple of bits that I didn't do when I put this back, out front. Yeah, we've all had to learn somewhere at least, so not as much as failure, but it's more of a lesson. Exactly, Mr. Pico, there is. There's more like, it's a test card, Dave. Sorry, sorry, Rodney. It's true. You're thinking, oh no. It is. It's like you're holding it up. Trig, why do you keep calling me Dave? My name ain't Dave, it's Rodney. Oh, I thought it was Dave. You don't. Here we go, no. Terrible. Quick, change the subject. Now something for completely different. Have we got yes. This is why I love the communities. Absolutely do. BBC Two reference. See, I used to like watching Open University and things like that. Alright, it was way above my pay grade. I didn't understand a word what they was going on about, but it was just sounded interesting. And I've got to tighten that other screw up, so I'm glad I'm really back into this. Because I didn't tighten this one up. Right, so I've got to take, where is the pliers? Oh, tell you what, that diesel heater is just making it comfortable in here. I've got it on 4 megahertz and it goes all the way up to about 5.4. You can alter it, but I can't be asked to. You've got to go in all the settings and change all the, just leave it alone. Just leave it alone. So I've got to take the top two, is it the top two? Yeah, see, because they're not screwed in at the top. So them ones are out. So that one can come out. It was taking, I think it was just taking this one out. Can't believe I left 3 wires off. Bloody hell, Mr. Pico, would you write a novel? Jesus. Hold up, sir, I'll read that. Let me put my goggles on. Yeah, I also like the late at night, where the only thing is now it's like it's the Royal Institute Christmas lectures now. Yeah, I got kicked out of my school in class, except electronics. I loved it's funny, that was the only fun thing I come across. The level, of the core design of electronics. Yeah, yeah. Isn't it funny? Isn't it? You get good at one subject very quickly. This is what my passion for with computers. Now I hate them. I've just lost all passion with computers. Obviously, the computers really are just self-explanatory, but it's software related more. Give you an headache now, and oh god, it's just like, sorting PCs out is not the problem. It's just sorting the hardware out for it, and the software, because even some of the hardware architecture that you have to put in. That graphics card I got, that 4090, it's a bit of a beast of a card. It just about fits in that case. It weighs 1.5 pounds. I've never known a graphics card to weigh so much. But setting it up, then you can tweak it. The card's powerful enough. You won't want to tweak it. So I've got this one out. Yeah, it looks like I've got to take this one out as well. For fuck's sake. Yeah. Yeah, the other school topics were complete failure. Yeah, but it don't matter. I mean, I had to go to special needs school, so I struggle. I think it was all part of my condition. But then I was gifted with other things. I was actually... It's funny, isn't it? I can relate to it. You fail at one thing, but I guarantee you won't fail at what another part of your problem is that you'll be good at something else. That's exactly where I felt. I think that's where I my game dad was an electronic engineer. See, that's what I'm saying. If he was an electronic engineer, straight away you had a good background learning. And he had tons of electronic equipment, example, at his house, and always loved going in there. And he taught me loads. Do you know what? That's a very good teacher on that front, and that really helped. That's why I've got his Bible on electronics. Yeah, well, you're sort of saying, Mr. Pico, it's all right having the Bible, but you also got to have the knowledge to go with it. Because obviously, I struggle with reading. So, I tend to find that I pick up by watching others. And that's where I've learned. And I pick up very quickly. That's one of my gifted things. It's like, I've never worked with working with bricklayers or doing metalworks or car mechanics, and I've worked in a bit of industry, a bit of everything, but where I've watched other people, I thought I'll give it a go, and I ain't done bad. So that's where my brain just absorbs it like a sponge, and this is where I started getting into electrics, which I didn't have. This was very late on, but my brain's now absorbed to it, and I love it. I absolutely love it. Yeah, my dad didn't teach me jack shit at all. No, my dad was tough. He actually said, no, if I had to learn, you've got to go and learn it. But don't learn it, you're not going to learn it from me. Yeah, some people are like that. Some people are like that. It is true. I've had to learn 100% of all my computer related skills all on my own. Same here, my friend. Mine was mainly at school, but again, I learnt most of it all on my own. So I can relate to that. I know exactly where you're coming from. Right, now what I might be able to do is get behind here, put these wires on. And there's 3 wires off. I cannot believe I've left them wires off. Fucking what a banana jack. Lord of glove. Yep, and all the wires I need to get to were right at the frigging back. They had to be, didn't they? So, and it's just as well I colour coded them, innit? Wow. So, I put colour codes on one. Yep, I did. I colour coded the entire lot. So it's just as well I've done that, because that actually helped me quite a bit. Because we've got 2 yellows and that. So obviously by putting a little bit of colour on there. My granddad was on board of directions and I forgot what I forgot to say. He wrote the program of the old 3.1 in terms of 1.4 megabytes of floppy disks, and I sent them off to a guy to convert them into user data. Bloody hell. Yeah, these were both much brighter than me, yeah. I was able to use the proper, because there was tons of money of actually getting it done, but most of the values is valued in possessions, yeah. Read up 2 paragraphs in that comment. He retired last month, and he was considered at the age of 81. What? Unbelievable. Granddad was actually a board of directors, I forgot to say. Good God. He retired at 81. Wow. That's unbelievable. And he retired at 81. Some people don't, do they? They just don't want to. Granddad was the same, but he was actually he was hunted from the Vauxhall to the Langsbury and now he owned part of Lindell, and my dad was an electronic prototype designer. Bloody hell. So even the same with you, Mr. Hotcales, you obviously very knowledgeable side of Dad was like an electronic prototype designer engineer, the head of the PED department. Bloody hell, you've got to have a degree. Yeah, that was the first bit. Good God. I'd be stunned if I was past 80 years old. Yeah, me too. I don't think I'd ever live to that age. Well, we might do, Mr. Pico. You're only 1 year behind me, sir. But we'll be early retired, put it that way. No, don't think we'll be working up to about 80. God, hat off to him though. Fantastic. Yeah, stunned to actually living to. Some people don't even live to 80. Yeah, the same I wanted to. Yeah, it's the same thing. I fear the most that the kids nowadays all they want to do is competing for jobs. They don't exit and give. Yeah, it ticks all the boxes rather than on their ability. I think that is true. I think this is what they end up doing. You can have all these degrees of like A&O levels and things like that, which they send the kids up for school. We never had none of that back in the days. At the end of it, when I left school, like most of the other people back in Gen X regions, that was it. I mean, obviously I went to a PIU unit to get you back into the work-related schemes, and you know we never had none of that. That was it. Obviously. I was working in Woolworths. I think I was still at school when I was working in Woolies, and that was only part time. they did offer me a full-time job, but obviously I was just coming up for leaving school, and I said I can't do it yet. But in the end, they wanted someone to work in Dixon's, so I obviously didn't take the opportunity. I left Woolworths and worked in Dixon's, setting up audio and hi-fi equipment and computers, which I loved. I literally did. YTS, that's it, the YTS. That's how I started. Yeah. That's it, I couldn't think of the name. Exactly it, the YTS scheme. It stands for the Youth Training Scheme. That was literally, you were still at school at the time, obviously going to college and, you know, other bits and pieces, and then they get you back into the work-related schemes. Absolutely, yeah. In fact, a lot of good it did, but it did learn you some skills. That's how I started getting my computer skills. Back working on BBC Micros, learning to write code and things like that. Now I've got all about it. That was a long time ago. But I miss working in Dixon's. Literally, I think that was great. I loved that job. I started learning how to wire up computers and putting in all the DOS and setting all the monitors up and everything. I actually loved it. I couldn't get enough of it. I was there for a few years. I think school students are too easy, and also people cheat a lot. That is true, yes. As long as they pay up in a diploma and it's awarded. So you sort of like, you left school and you worked into a shop called the 1015 Records in fixing tape decks, TVs, hi-fis. Yeah, see, because you had your granddad to help you on that front, so you had a good skill, which is because that skill is really quite helpful. It's a good skill to have. Yeah, I started on the youth training scheme, £29.50 a week. Well, I never even got paid on the youth training scheme. That was mine was about it was about 83. I was still at school at the time, but they started getting you back in the specials needs school that I was in. They wanted to get you back into the youth training side to get you back into the work related, and it was always on a Thursday or Friday. We had one day off and we had to go there, but it was the same thing. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, pay for rent. That is true. We did. Lucky enough, my mum didn't take it. She said, just keep it. You can keep it for pocket money, which I was quite happy with. All I was good at was just taking things apart, which it's come back to haunt me because I'm still good at. I'm still good at taking things apart. It's just not putting them back right. That's the only thing that. Obviously, that comes back and still haunts me from this day. So, you know, I could take it apart, but putting it back together is a different matter. But yeah, it does. Well, that never leaves you, see. It made me laugh. Yeah, you could take it out, you just can't put it back together. Now I've got to put these in the right way. Oh, for crying out loud. Like, even this ain't easy. Right, let's get me bench tweezers. Hold up, let's just read your message. Yeah, it's nice to be considered. Yeah, there was no such things as solder masks back in days. My granddad always had me around with nail polish and the old solder irons. Yeah, and he plugged it into the mains. Yeah, it was literally, I can imagine. Yeah, them things had the big old blocky things, didn't they? Obviously, we didn't have none of the fancy equipment what we got today when we were doing all our work. But it's good that you carried the legacy over. That's the main thing. It's that you've carried it on. You've not lost passion. Kids today, if you showed them today, I'm not kidding, right? If you show the kid today, all they want to play is Roblox, everything else. You show them an old bit of tech like this, right? They'd say, what the bloody hell is that? Or you show them a mobile phone. Well, what am I supposed to do? If you give them an old BBC Micro dating back 1982, 1983, they wouldn't have a clue. They'd sit there scratching their head thinking, well, don't ask me, I ain't got a clue how to operate it. Because like you said, this is where I think the schools fail. History is a big part of, that's one thing that the school that I was at, that they always ended up actually downgrade, they always ended up drumming history into us, that things, don't forget about your past. And that's rightly so, because because that's going to obviously help you further along down the line. You know, obviously everyone wants to learn a skill, a trade at the end of the day, but that comes at a cost. You still need knowledge. Without, you may have the skill, but you still need the knowledge of knowing what to do. And it's a bit like learning this. There was never no courses, and I kid you not, and I'm not making this up, from the 1980s, there was no courses on this, where I went, no courses on electronics, and it still ain't today. That's the annoying thing about it. There's still no courses on this. Lucky enough that we have got a good community and we have got the internet. And that is where we can learn from each other by watching others. Obviously, you're watching their mistakes. Joey Does Tech obviously started off 7 years down the line. And look where he is now. He's done really good. Yeah, my youth training scheme was in plumbing in a 4-year course. Yeah, it would do, yeah. And doing that for 36 years now, my 3-year-old, my interview 10 weeks, is now plumbing and it's costing him 12 grand. God almighty. Is that how much they charge? Isn't that disgusting? 12k. It's costed him, no tools, no vans, no customers. Just killed myself last year. Bloody hell, that sucks. Oh my God. That's terrible. That's a prime example of what I've just been saying. That's unbelievable. That's what tragic. That is absolutely, that's horrendous. Not only did it cost all that, and it cost that, you know, cost of life as well. Wow. Yeah, it's the best ever lesson I learned. Yeah. That's unbelievable. What a tragic story. I mean, you know, it's a prime example of, like I said, it's not easy to get on the, once you get on these ladders, this is why really us Gen X's really, we may have had it hard at the end of laughing my arse off. We may have had it hard in some sort of aspects, but we had to learn the hard way, and we learned. But you do get there in the end. It may take you a couple of decades to actually get there, but you'll get there. He sent me to Basingstoke Tech College to learn about the new course. See, I never had none of that. I never had none of that. Even my college never had my college never had any of this electricity. It never had none of this. I had agriculture, cooking, bricklaying, doing it, sparky, plumbing, but there was on computers, but nothing on the electrics. This wasn't even heard of, not even in the early days, and I never got into it, and it's a shame because I missed out. But I'm making up for it now. The good thing is we've got the power of the internet now, so you really don't need to go to college. The good aspect is there's courses, there's the community, and the community is a big part of this because this is how it started off. Yeah, manager that stole my milk. And it was a snapper, but it was a politician seeks to dip in. Obviously, bit for themselves. Yeah, children has to learn in different ways now. That is, yeah, definitely. You imagine when the internet first got launched in 1995, right? Obviously, we had dial-up. Can you imagine dial-up on today? 1 kilobyte a second. It took forever. It seriously took forever. You couldn't do it today. You just turn it off. You just give up. I mean, even speeds today makes me laugh. We have all these fancy phones. I've got the work phone there, and 5G, 4G, and all that. It don't mean nothing. It's crap. It's actually, we've gone backwards. All this is supposed to be super fast broadband and all that. It don't mean absolutely nothing. You can't get a signal. You go to certain areas, it's dead. You can't, you can't receive a signal. You can't make a phone call. Bleep bleep. It was. Wee wee bleep bleep. That, do you know what? That absolutely that done my head in. That noise of the dial-up tone, because you have to obviously listen to it when it's dialing up. You think, oh God, you was up to like 1 o'clock in the morning trying to get a connection. And exactly, Mr. Hotcales. 9 out of 10. I remember it as clear as daylight. Bloody connection dropped. Times it used to just bomb out, and in the end, you just think, just turn it off. Literally, I picked up the phone again. All I had my mum was, right, you're going to have to pack that in there because obviously I need to use the phone. Obviously, you have to share the line. In the end, I just turned it off. 1 kilobyte. It was ridiculous. It wasn't a great experience. It was a fucking crappy experience. Obviously, that was when Windows 95 first got launched, because obviously before that it was DOS. Fucking crying out loud, want him going. There you go, she's in. One more to put in. I can put it back together. Yeah, the dial-up was actually fibre. Yeah, it was just it's the same with my wife. Oh no. Fibre saved our landlines. Yes, it did. Yeah, that is true. And my life probably. I mean, to be honest, this is what I'm saying. Really, this is why I've stopped paying for a TV license over 10 years ago now. And obviously, why would you need a TV license? Cough up. I mean, I think that's disgusting. £174.50 for a bloody TV license. Never that much, and even in the 80s. Obviously, I never had the responsibility because you was living with your parents at the time. But that's daylight robbery. It really is daylight robbery. Who's going? Oh no guys, I just had a call and I've got to pop out, and there's some contacts from some e-waste. So that'll be business and closing my account. So so I need to go. Catch you all later. Thanks Pico, thanks my friend. See you later. Take it easy. I like Mr. Pico. He's really good. Very knowledgeable friend. Me and him get on very well. Computer noise from the over-the-air phone, and yeah, tried to call up, kind of call you your pal. Yeah, that takes me back. Oh yeah, not half. Yeah, Mr. Pico's very knowledgeable on that. Thanks Pico, thanks very much my friend, thanks for popping on. Nice to pop on. Might have eaten me on a sandwich before I forget all about it. Oh, Bronson's back. Bronson wants half a sarnie. Here he is. Look. Wants half a sandwich. He's giving him half a sandwich. Oh, fuck me, Bronson. He's just at half a sandwich. Well, I ain't got much of that left now. He's just fucking... He's just scoffed it down. Jesus. Fucking Sam. He don't chew it. He just swallows it. He just shed off his pie right there. Yeah. Don't go and break up any more of them things. I'll catch you up later. I'm going. Thanks, Pete. Go. I'll try not to, sir. Bronson wanted. I couldn't believe he swallowed half my sarnie. What a greedy git. I used to like the old dialing ones. You have to put it in, you have to wait for it to come back. I used to love that. One bite and it's Bronson. That is true. That's it, the rotary phones. Thank you, Michael. You remembered it. Yes, with the old ring, ring. Love that. Absolutely love that. You don't get to see them. You can buy them. People you can convert them into modern. Yeah, that's way too cheap. Yeah, I like the old rotary phones. Next doors, my mum's put me back onto the, you put a lock on the dial. Oh yeah, I forgot you can actually put a padlock on and you couldn't dial it. So if she went out somewhere, you couldn't use the phone. She had to go to the next doors, put the top back on. Put the lock on it. Yeah, they did. I remember them. So you couldn't use the phone. That brings me back. When I visited in Austria, I saw that they had locks on their phones as well. I mean, it was a common thing. Oh, for fuck's sake, Bronson. Jesus. Oh, I'm crying out loud. He's always breaking things. Bronson, you're such a klutz. Just put that over here before you break something else. You're really not all the pens over, you crank. So, I'll tell you what, Mr. Williams, he's an handful. You won't think it, he is. He's seriously an handful. It's like having a 3-4-year-old running round. And he's high energy all day. When he jumped up, he wanted to kill the postman. He nearly broke the bloody fence. The fence bounced so much. He put all his weight on it. I just see it spring. I went, Christ, he's going to push the fence over. It must be the uniform. They don't like the uniform, I don't think. It's a postman classic. Seriously, dogs, there's something about dogs that just don't like postmen. I don't know. Some dogs are not bothered. Others, yeah, that's the good old days. You're going out to play until dark.
knock on the door. Who's coming out? Your mum's shouting out, yelling. Your dinner's ready. Playing Kirby. You know, I was out on my chopper bike. We used to make, do you know what made me laugh now? Right? I used to shove a plastic bottle in the front part, in part of the forks, so it used to make like a motorbike noise. So it sounds like you was racing around on motorbikes, racing, just going around the block, time and time again. So I said, those were good old days, mate. That's what I live. That's what I miss. I miss them days. You can't bring them back. And that's no exaggeration. They really was great. Yeah, you could take. Yeah, you could sort of like tap out the numbers using your handsets and your candle switches. Bloody chopper bikes and the gears. They always end up slipping and eating the shifters straight into your nether regions. Hey, it's true. Obviously, you know what it is? You know what it is, Mr. Hotcoach? The bench seats on them were very thin and very long, right? So every time you had that big gear shifter, it was 3 gears, right? So you had 1, 2 and 3. Tiny wheel, big wheel at the back at the end of it. But the trouble is, I used to just try and pull wheelies. And then when I braked, I nearly shot forward, and then straight away you near enough you never region straight in the gear stick because he stayed right in the seat. It obviously, it was dangerous at the time, thinking about it, but when you're a kid, you don't care. Obviously, times I come off my bike, my mum went, well, don't come looking for pity from me because you're not going to get it. And I had a big hole in my knee. Knee was pouring out blood and all that. She used to say, tough, you'll have to put up with it. That's what the parents were like back in them days. Obviously, come off your bike and scraped half your knee, and half your knee's strapped to the concrete, right? Because you're obviously driving around acting like Tommy, acting all mad and everything. But yeah, there's no pity, yeah, and there's no first aid either. I sort of said Gen X's, they was tough, mate. He grew up, he don't care. Done that today, I'd be in A&E. It was literally bad enough now. Yeah, I've had some knee scrapes. The big one I've got a plate in my leg, in my knee. Obviously, I took a big chunk out. I tried doing a jump on a bit of wood. Obviously, jumping off a curb, and it went badly wrong. Obviously, hit my head, but my knee took the brunt. And I did have to go up A&E, and I had to have stitches for that. And they put a plate in, because it took a big chunk out of my knee. But those are the things that you used to do. You don't think about danger. You just don't think about it. Thinking about it now, you're thinking, Jesus, what was running through your head? Well, when you were a kid, you don't care. You was watching things like Starsky and Hutch, and you think like, you know, and you think you was a baddie, or watching Knight Rider, you know, or you was always watching something that was dangerous. That's why the Scalextrics never lasted with me. Obviously, I used to take the Scalextrics apart, put them upstairs, and used to do Evel Knievel, like, and use the stairs as a jump, and then I just used the cars smash straight at the bottom, and I used to tread on half the parts on the floor. She said, I'm fed up if you keep putting that bloody Scalextric out and smashing up all these cars. She said, I'm not buying you no more. But that's the things you used to do. You make your own entertainment. Yeah, kids back in these days, yeah, Evel Knievel. Yeah, they did. The things you used to do, smashing up the Hot Wheels was normal. Well, of course it was. You was trying to make your own entertainment up. And that's exactly how it was. Right back to the early days. You made your own entertainment. The 80s gen, mate, I'm telling you. That was a good old days back in there. Everyone was out to play. There was always a fight, right? There was a fight and no one backed you up, right? You'd always have someone out there. Or you was out on your bike, or you was playing Kirby. You was doing something. Or playing footy. So, but most of them weren't. They was all out on their bikes, or they was playing Kirby, things like that. So things you end up doing, climbing trees. That was a prime example. Fucking climbing trees. What was we thinking about climbing trees? I don't even know what was running through my head. Actually, let's find a big oak tree. Let's try and climb it. Let's build a tree house. This is the things that run through your head. Looking back at it now, it's horrifying. But God Almighty, did it? You just didn't think about it. Or playing near the railway lines. And that's dangerous. I didn't do that. Obviously, I didn't. Some people did. And they must be mad. Dicing with death with a fucking train coming past. Or getting up on roofs. Yeah, climbing up on roofs. This is what I'm saying. It was a bit of everything. You didn't think about doing these things. You just done them. And it is true. It's 100% true. You don't... The danger is what we end up doing then. You think about it now, you're thinking, Christ almighty, what was running through your head? What made you do that? And lacerated her arm, and she had to go to hospital. And right, there you go, see, climbing trees. Because you could. Exactly. Because you see it, you're thinking, I'm going to climb it. And you don't think of the dangers. You're thinking, well, there's no safety net. You come off, you're going to hurt. But that's how tough we were. My mum was jumping off sheds and ended up in climbing trees and broken ankles. Fucking don't. It's just a prime example. Yeah, train lines. Yeah, that's it. We put two fence panels on the train line trying to find it, and then it got squashed. And it's dangerous. But you honestly don't think. You know what it is? I'm thinking that you don't think of the danger point on that. You just automatically done it because you could. It's like you said, because you see a tree, and it's a tree. You're thinking, I'm going to climb it. You don't think of the dangers. The things we end up doing. It's like I said. In the end, you have to make your own entertainment. The 80s was you had to make. There was great stuff on the TV, but it was your own entertainment, and that's what you grew up with, and that's the memories you end up growing and remembering. The dull things you end up doing. Yeah, young, stupid and immoral. I totally agree with you, Mr. Rockhouse. It is, but obviously when you're a kid, you think you're invincible, and that's the trouble. We wasn't. So regardless that you come off your bike, scraped your knee, banged your elbow, done your head, it made no difference. You got back up and done the same thing again. You wouldn't learn. That's why a lot of the parents back in them days used to just laugh. They used to say, well, you're not going to get no sympathy off me because you don't learn. Very tough. Yeah, to be fair, right, it's easily separated then, but now it's obviously the chef is running into the country. Yeah. So yeah, you don't expect pity when you've obviously you know, the stupid things that we end up doing back in the early days. But I can look back at it now thinking, what was running through my head? I do not know. I wouldn't have done it again. It was dangerous and stupid. Come to think about it, but that's all part of your childhood growing up. It was good, but obviously looking back at it now, I'd be petrified. Obviously, if I tried to do half the things I did back then, I won't be here telling the stories. Obviously, I thought, that's it, one hit, and that's it. I'm straight away, I'm up A&E, and I'll be up there for the rest of me time. You know. Yeah, I think we're good to go. Yeah, that's all right. Right, now they're all on there this time. Right, I've put them all on the right way. So 2 yellows and a green. Now I can put it all back. I can put it all back together. Hopefully it's going to be the last bloody time and all. But isn't it horrifying now, the things we end up doing? I mean, to be fair, yeah. Wisdom's wasted on the old. Yeah. You should really start off of wise and then get stupid as you get older. It's the opposite. It is. Do you know what, Miss Hotcos? You took the words straight out of my mouth, sir. 100%. You honestly think that you'd be wise younger, wouldn't you? You know, have a great career. Nah. We start off backwards. We start off the most stupidest, doing the most dangerous things that you can think of, right? Because you got away with it. And 90% of it you did. Until you come off your, you know, if something happened. And then you get up and still do it again. I mean, I know when I went out on the bikes, we started doing motorway crossing and things like that on the old dirt bikes. Because I know, because I've got a picture up there with me and my mate. And obviously we were still at school at the time when I took that picture. Weekends, we went out in lightning, and we had the old shell suits on. Got absolutely covered in mud. Dangerous. It's obviously didn't think about it at the time how stupid it was. We got absolutely soaked with wet. We were soaking wet, nearly had pneumonia, and we was doing donuts going round on our motorbikes, jumping up hills, zigzagging into sort of in the woods. But that was fun. That was actually, oh yeah, oh the old shell suits. Well, that's what I said, you know. I've got the old shell suit. You know, look, I'll show you the picture. I did show you the picture. It's actually quite funny. This was, I'll tell you when this was. This was 1989, 1990. So obviously we got covered in mud. I was just coming up to leave school. Obviously, and then I went into it. We had a couple of old Honda Cubs at the end of the day. We stripped down. These were road bikes. These were legal. So we took them off. We put them into his garage. But we had the old show suits on. Great days. Absolutely great days. Come out every Friday. We had to get changed round in his garage, because otherwise, if my mum see me turn up like that with all that, she would have literally, I would have got a clip round here on a, you know, and she said, "You're not coming in with all that on." So yeah, it does make me laugh. I've got loads of pictures of like that back in the early days. It's I love it, absolutely love it. You can't beat it. You're not a Gen X, mate, if you ain't been through it. So even the stupid things I end up doing on that front, it was still it was learnable. So yes, they were the great days. Wish we could have really treasured them. If I'd have had a mobile phone, something like that. If I'd have had something like a mobile phone like that, and then you could just go back to the 1980s and recorded everything you did, you'd look back and you'd think, bloody hell, did we really act like that at the end of it? You know, walking on tips of walls and see if you can balance and not fall off, and just stupid things. The things you end up doing is just, you wouldn't even think about it. You just wouldn't. But that's just what it's like. We didn't muck about. Hard as nails. And that's no exaggeration. We was hard as nails. The Gen X kids regions, they didn't muck about, mate. which is quite funny because you look at it now, you think you must be out of your head. You must be out your tiny gourd to do the things you end up doing. Yeah, we sure did. I always walked on wooden fences when I was younger. That's what made me laugh. To fucking end up being, you know. I think the most of the dangerous things I ever did, I think, is trying to climb the biggest tree. Then I was petrified because I couldn't get down. I got up all right, I couldn't get down. I was absolutely petrified. Then we got into pirate radioing. Oh, that was brilliant. Climbing up a big tree, putting a pole up, and trying to do pirate radios back in the 80s. This is where the old decks come in handy, see? So that's why I still kept my decks. We get muck about. Remember, the 80s was all about hip hop and things like that. The 90s was all about rave. It interests me in the 90s. Some people had a good experience. It was mainly I think the 90s drops. The 80s was the best era. The 70s and the 80s, I would say they was the best eras. Even some of the 60s. See, with the 60s, it was more to do with, like, you know, more passion. But the 80s was just, well, we had computers. The films were great. Obviously, I went to cinema and watched E.T. for the first time. That was brilliant. And Star Wars. Star Wars is another one. And Back to the Future. So I saw all the good movies that was out when it come out to the big blockbusters, and it was packed to the Odeon Cinema. Literally, you sat in it and you couldn't squeeze another seat in. Oh yeah, I fixed the chainsaw and cutting off and cutting the tree down, and it was really stupid of me, but I was young. You thinking, oh no. Well, that's one way. That's one way, isn't it, Mr. Carfoy? You're lucky enough he didn't put 60 volts for it. You're thinking, oh no, the 60 V's are coming out. Things you end up doing though does make you laugh. It does make you laugh. Yeah, it's lucky I didn't. you know what would have happened. If you'd have just gone back to yourself, you say, look, stop mucking about, put 60 volts for it, that'll liven it up. Oh, thanks for the tip. You thinking, oh no. You thinking, oh no. Yeah, don't forget riding a motorcycle with no helmet. Well, I've done that. We was doing that over the field. So I said, you see me on the picture, I didn't muck about with. We didn't muck about with crash helmets. We was doing jumps. We was doing donuts. And why we was next to a pylon, right? It was raining, lightning. We got absolutely soaked. We was going down riverbanks, doing wheelies, donuts, and jumps. Why it was all that while that was happening. Fuck it, that's what I said. The things you end up doing, you don't think of it. The danger point is. You just think that you're untouchable. And that's no exaggeration. You honestly do think you're untouchable. Nothing's ever going to happen to you. It's frightening now because you think about it, you're thinking you must have been out your tiny gourd. It could have gone badly wrong. Yeah, it could have. Quite possibly it could have gone badly wrong. You weren't mucking about. Yeah, in some states in the US, it's legal. It's still legal. Yeah, I'm in the US car for, so yeah. What was it like? So what was it actually like in the early days? Then it must have been great, even in like from the 70s and 80s, even from in the United States. Because I'd like to hear other people's opinions. I mean, my experience in the UK was absolutely golden, fantastic. the childhood memories were absolutely brilliant in the end. But it would have been. It's nice to hear their childhood memories across all different parts of different parts of the states as well. You know, at the end of the day, I mean, obviously, some people had good experiences, some people had bad experiences. The UK, everyone I've spoken to the UK from the 70s to 80s, it was fantastic. It was a golden era, and it was. Far from it was a great era. But not everyone had that great experience. But the things you end up doing was the most stupidest things you end up doing. You're thinking, how am I still alive today? I'm still here to tell the tale. Don't forget, riding motorcycles without no helmets was still legal in. I can't believe that. Still riding in United from 1971. Yeah, the 60s and 70s were the best. I was married with kids in the 80s. Yeah. I mean, this is a prime example. This is when you end up having that golden. You'll always have that golden moment that you'll always cherish and you'll always go back to. The biggest changes that we tried and failed in, sometimes you've got away with it, but we've had sort of I can't pronounce that word, it's too big. sorry Andy, I'm no good with big words, my friend. I have trouble riding them up. Sometimes we come across that we went back for more. And now, well, apparently, is our own Jen stupid. It's true, yes. Oh yeah. Another thing that I fell into a big hole. How did you do that? That I couldn't even get myself out. I've had to I had to get me brother to get me dad. And remember, it was really bad on really bad stones. I was hit on my head with really bad, bloody hell. How did you fall down a big hole? Mr. Carful, how did you manage that, sir? How big was the hole? Fucking, what is it? 10 foot? Must have been big if you couldn't get out of it. No, I don't know. Jeez. Fuck, it must have been big if you got strapped down an hole and you couldn't get out of it. Yes. Started experimenting with voltages and getting his headaches. Oh no. Yeah, they're really, really big. That's unbelievable. It's also shocking. Thinking, bloody hell. Don't know how you fell down. You must have. You know you've been up to no good when you fall down holes. You're thinking, yeah, this ain't gonna end well. I was just trying to look for the biggest oak tree and I got stuck up it. I couldn't get down. My mate was laughing too much. That was the one that was in the bike. He climbed trees. He climbed trees as if it was just like a gibbon. It was just natural to him. I got up it. I couldn't get down. He couldn't stop laughing. And I went, don't stand there bloody laughing, you git. I said, help me to get down. And he wouldn't. He was laughing too much. He said, see you later, I'm going. I went, no, don't piss about. I said, get me down from this tree. I wouldn't get up it after that. I learnt my lesson. I let him climb the trees. It's always the same. Always. Oh, the bloody TV wants to switch. I can't turn that off. It does my head in. Stupid TVs wants to turn off. Basically climbing, you're finding a tree and you're thinking, no, I can't get down it. And your mate's too busy laughing at you because now you can't get down even though you climbed up it. That's how good your friends were. But this is your entertainment. This is the only thing that actually happened. Yeah, climbing trees it would. Yeah, I've got to admit, I'm not great with heights. It's still one of my biggest pet fears that I still come over. I got dizzy then. I still get dizzy now. Just even thinking about it. I've got to put that screw back on. Where's the There you go. Yeah, the good old days. I do miss them days. Yeah, they were fun. If you had to go back and do it again, would you? No. I wouldn't. I'm thinking about it now. I just wouldn't. I would have done other things I did. Because it was daft. Yeah, I'd done chemistry during the 80s and the early 90s. Purely for research. I must state. Yeah, the music was good though. It was good. I've got most all my records. I've near enough got all of the 80s. Because it was the era I grew up. It was the only era that I remembered the most. This is why I still like going back to being old school, which I still do. I'm still old school. The trouble is, you can't get that out of you because obviously you grew up with it. I still use my Walkman cassettes. Who fucking hell uses cassettes? I'm the only one that sits in a doctor's surgery changing batteries in me Walkman and putting a cassette in. They look at me as if I'm bloody nuts. I still do it, but I've done it for so long. Obviously, because I've got a modern phone, you think I'd use this? I don't. It's a works phone. I just like, even like when I go around my mum's, I like to have me Walkman on and just listen to a bit of the old 80s stuff. I've got an 80s channel that I have on 24/7. Don't turn it off. This is why I love the vintage gear. This is what got me into it. Yep, Pulp, Iz and Whiz. Even the sweets. I miss the sweets. More than anything, I think it's the 80s sweets that I miss. Because we had some good stuff. And the chocolate wasn't stingy at all. You won't get a Yorkie bar that end up being that small. A Yorkie bar was bloody big. You know, like you said. Cadbury's Curly Whirly. Bloody massive things. So much chocolate. So much toffee. The end of it. It's probably why I broke off my teeth. That didn't help. I was born in the 90s, but I loved the 80s and the 70s music. Yeah, 90s changed. The 90s changed. It all started to. This is where the music, the shops started to change. I miss. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. It was great, but the 80s, the 70s and 80s was the best era. I'd definitely say. Pick and mix. Oh yeah. Especially in Woolworths, going in, because I worked in Woolies, I still got the records. Still got the Woolies, still got the Woolworths stamp mark on it when I worked in there. I got a discount. They give me £1 10p off a record. And I used to buy the old 7-inch, which I've got a stack of them in there. I've got stacks of the 80s records that I've got. And I had some listening yesterday. I just put the record player on and started listening to some of my 80s music. That's what I said. You can't take that out of you because it's what you are. You can just Google it and then just go on YouTube and watch them on it. But we never had YouTube, so this is our entertainment. Yeah. I never had common cold for about 70. Yeah, funny, isn't it? That is true. When you was a kid, bloody hard as nails. You had people that had coughs and colds, but when you was a kid, didn't have a cold. You was out in the bloody cold. Obviously, your immune system. But as we got older, yeah, really. I very rarely get colds, and I still rarely get a cold today. If I do, I'll get over it in a day or two, maximum. I've always been lucky like that since I was a kid. Let me have a look to make sure I put all that back. Then wires are now put back. They are all put back. They've all put back right. Nice. So now we've got the 3 wires put back. So now I can now concentrate on the front. Yay! I can't believe I've done that. What a banana. Didn't put the bloody thing back. Right, before I do that, let me clean the front. So I want to clean that screen because I won't be able to do this again once I put it all back together. Let me grab a cloth. Let's go, Jimmy Riddle. Oh, really help if I bought the bloody cleaning. Ah, oh no, I forgot it. Right, I need to clean that screen before I do anything. Ugh. Yes, Mr. Hot Cows, pick a mix. Yes, sir. Yeah. LSD was made in the LSD was made in the 30s as a cure as a common cold, which had 350 varieties, and that you'd get this, and you'd get the one twice. It worked with side effects. They're deemed to severe. That's interesting, isn't it? Bloody hell! Didn't know that. Yeah, say alert now. In the 1930s. Smells of bloody vinegar. Things you end up finding out. Right. It was like back in the only other thing that I used to like back in the early days was going to a good fun fair, right? That was another thing. Oh, and I went to one circus in my entire lifetime. That was great. It was and I don't think not many people go to circuses. I actually went to one. I was in my teens. I thought it was great. One circus, that's all I've been to. But the fun fairs were great. I used to like going on the arcades. I didn't like the waltzes or the big rides. That sort of put me off a little bit. Where is that box? I did have a box with bits. Ah, there you go. She's here. Now I've got to put these screw things back in. Yeah. Right, now these have to go in a certain way. Lock them in. It's that Aussie charm. Wonder how Mr. Ace got on with his foot. He really should have gone up the hospital. Shouldn't really leave it because that could really go badly wrong. But I know what Australia's hospitals are like. Everything's got a bloody price tag out in Australia. It's so expensive. That's in. That one's in. That one's nice and tight. We've got that one nice and tight. Where is my goggles? Yeah, he's had. Yeah, he's had. Yeah, he's a tough Aussie. I've been here way too. Yeah, I need cream from a dock, and it's cost me 50 quid. What? Bloody no, Mr. Worms. Why did it cost that much? Don't bother getting it now. I was like, no, I was 12. I had a Saturday job in a butcher's. Wade Cottage in a Saturday in Citrus. It pulled up near a yard for the winter in the 1980s. Used to fill the tigers and pigs' heads. For bloody hell. I used to feed the tigers and the pigs' heads in a hatch, in a trailer. Wow. Yep. Even the pharmacist looked at me and said, with that, the cream didn't really do much either. Freaking hell, it ought to for 50 sheets. You obviously, like, you know, you think that's daylight robbery. You can't charge that. Yep. You may as well just get £50 and then giving it to some homeless person. Freaking hell. Yeah, only a rip-off, isn't it? Even in the nation, we get ripped off. Shocking. That's daylight robbery. I don't know how much they can charge of that or sleep at night. Right, they're all nice and tight. Yep, that's free healthcare for them. Jesus. Yeah, them Bengal tigers, they were big and they streamed like noises. Oh God, do anything like Bronson's head, mate? I'll tell you, I'm not surprised. So you live near, Surrey then? So you live near Surrey. These ones go in the back, so I know where they go. There weren't nothing else I took out from here. Just want to make sure that I've put all these back right before I put all this in. Cool. I didn't know the now runs the Wookiee in Canvas in Somerset. Yep, up comes Church is a boy coffee in the yard. The bottom with the word O'Neill, and it was a clay common from the butchers. See, I couldn't work in the butchers. Obviously, you have to deal with. You know, you have to obviously chop things up. The tools have to be nice and sharp. It choked my stomach. I couldn't do it today. Right. So I can put the front back on there. Put the bezel back on. Bezel's got to go around a certain way, like this way. Actually, before I put that on, let's just quickly look at the state of that bloody bezel. Let's clean that bezel up. Let's get that cleaner. It's like, no, not using it. It's gross. Probably years of dirt on this. I mean, obviously, if this has come out of a school, can't believe I left 3 bloody wires off. Wow. What a banana. Rookie mistake. Right, now I can put some of these screws back in. See, let's pop that in. I'll put the bottom case back on and then I'll power her up. I'll leave the top part off and then I think that should be alright now. Can't believe I've done that. What a banana. Glad I checked it though. At least I cleaned all the glass. Except for all the screws. Bloody screws you've got to take out is astronomical. Let me read your messages. Hang on, guys. Put these three back on. Yeah. I think this is going to be the last stream. Obviously, the biggest issue is I want to get this back up and running. Right, now that's all put back on. So now I can put the bottom base back on it. Cover this up, because this is all the main live anyway. Nothing's sort of like unplugged. It's all like put back. Wires are fine. So that's the top part. This is the bottom piece. It's saved. Read some of your message. Yeah, you know school right by that. Yeah. Mate, I was just in the 80s and it mate, in the 80s and it closed for 10 years. It was 85-ish and it's now reopened as a Jubilee. Yeah, Daddy-in-law finds out that he's setting off fireworks. He actually he set it alight. They had to put it out. Bloody hell. That's the only thing when you're mucking about with things like that. Fireworks are a prime example. Dangerous. Again, things what we end up doing. Mucking around with sparklers, thinking that you don't think nothing of it. Yeah, fire station there didn't open how long. But I thought that it was yeah, Fort Park. It's been there for 25 odd years. Wow. Goes to show, didn't it? For something that long. My brother-in-law would have been worked at Fort Park. That was the Fort Park. That was one of those big places. Like got everything here. Yeah. He went there for night security. And he'd been there ever since. Wow. Still works there. It goes to show, didn't it? Don't mess around with gasoline. It's really hard to make it. It's to make it burn though. No, so yeah, I would say yeah, 8 grams. Oh, I see. Look, I didn't even know these ones stand up. Wow. Yeah, which is Andy, yeah. Small world now. Right, she's ready for testing. Ow. I do need to cut me hand. You know, this thing's made out of metal. So, right, I've put everything else back. Right, wires are back in. Now I'm going to switch her on there. Just double check, make sure all these wires are put back. The wires are put back onto the back. Cool. Yeah, there's no way I would have got to them. What's the chances, guys? Do you literally say yes or no? I'm going to switch her on. Right, I ain't booted her up. Let's see what really happens. We got nothing. Yes. Let's see. Well, I've got nothing so far. Well, that ain't helped, is it? Oh, yeah. We got a line. we got some form. Yeah, we got some form of line. Yay! It works. We got it back up and running. There you go. I didn't have doubts on it. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, see. Well, comparing it was working to start with until I ballsed it all up, obviously. So now I can put the dials back on. We got dialing. And now something for completely different. No chatting, in chat, sorry, wrong chat. I did that for a second. So that was my own stupid mistake that I ended up ballsing that up. Obviously, I did make that mistake. I took something working and it clearly was working and it's not working. So, yeah, obviously, I ain't got the nails on. Bitte? But we have got dials, so. Oh, sorry. Yeah, clear. we sorry. It's Mr. Hotcows. We've been flatlined at the end of the day, so now I can put the dials back on. So I did break it. Regardless, that I took here. Hat off to me, no. I took that apart, right? Took the board out. Unsoldered the capacitor and took the wires out, desoldered some of the joint sections, put them back on, and still managed to put it all back together. Regardless that it still works. Oh, flat lines. That's a good film. That is actually a good film. I can't believe that. Well. Now I can order some leads and a tester. Put the dials back. Put the first thing I'm going to put back first because I don't want to get zapped in the process. I need to put the screws back into here. Yeah, she works. She does work. That's good now. At least I haven't broke it. That'll please Mr. Pico. I'll put her back to normal. Fixed. Well, it was fixed to start with, but then I broke it and then refixed it. Yes, that's good. That is good. I didn't break it. You paid 100 sheets for something. The last thing you want to do is end up breaking something. I've got to hold that with the other pair of grippers. Grippers. It's like watching the episodes of Grange Hill. Love that series. I think that was a great series. That. Great, I love Grange Hill. I think it's one of my all-time series I love watching. Just say no. Bronson, the headmaster. No, it was McCluskey. She was the headmaster for Grange Hill. I thought that was a great series. Right, that's it. I'm leaving that one out. It's obviously giving me egg. It's not going in. Right. Take that one out. That one, for some reason, don't want to line up. Honestly thought that would have lined up on that. Yeah, all of them. Have you ever watched the British Empire sitcom and from the 90s? Yes, I thought that was actually quite funny. At the end of the day, British. Again, some of this. That's what I said to you. Really, the series were great. It was worth watching TV. Not now, it ain't. It's bloody crap. There's hardly anything to watch. And I ain't watched it for, what, over 10 years. I don't bother watching it. There's nothing in there that really interests me anymore. All the that ain't all they end up doing. What did they end up doing over Christmas? Putting bloody repeats on. This is why I love YouTube. I'd rather do something like this, learn about doing a repair, or watching someone else do a live stream. I could then sit down, chill out, and just watch it, and then just watch. So this is why I like watching Andy, Mr. MK, and whoever else is on. Mr. PCDD obviously struggled to do with some fault finding with PCs. Right, there she's all put back. These twos were missing. I put them back on, which I did take off, and I've got to put them back on. At the end of the day, so yeah, not the greatest. But now she's all put back, and we have got the flat line going across, so that's good. Right, nothing else is missing. Right, here we go again. Right, okay. Where's the the screws are up here for this. Cool. And then I can put all the dials back, and then I'll say she is fully back up and running. I might have to reconfigure the dials again from Mr. Pico, so I might have to have another video stream of Mr. Pico, and obviously he's got the same one. Just once she's done, and then I can start learning. I've got the video on it, but he don't mind anyway. He's pretty good. Obviously when he's not busy. Yes. Fixed. Well, it was fixed. Partly fixed. Like the idea that you can raise it up off the front. On that front, so base flat line. The only downside is we haven't got a light on. Now that used to light up, which each one did. This one's not. And it dims and all. Each one lights up, so that still could be capacitor related. When I did check one of them caps, it wasn't down. It was supposed to register at 10 microfarad. It was 140 something. So I still say this could do with a recap. But she is back up and running. Now I can put the bloody dials back on. There's no way of knowing. See, these ones have got like white markings on. This is what he was on about. Alright, where is... But at least we ain't got horizontal line. We've got flat line, which is cool. So those are the ones that I left for bog standard. Just need to set this up now. I need that little screwdriver. I know where it is. Here it is. It's over here. There's a lot of money just for. That's just a lot of money for a flat line. It is true, Mr. Worms. It's buried there. Make it spike. Well, this is just it. Now this is where you need the probes, because obviously you've got your probes on here, and then you can go sort of that way, and you can sort of alter the flat line on here. You can curve it. But you see that curvature there? That curve's not straight, right? They give you a line, like a cross, a centre cross. And I don't know how well it can come across, but this is how I know that the caps, some of these caps are down, right? They've lost value. It's because that line that I can see on there, the flat line, it's near enough spot on the, even if I raised it up, right? So if I raised it up and put it dead on the line, you can actually see the line curvature, and I don't know how well it can come across, but you can actually see the line actually started to bow down, right? The curvature is bowed. That's caps. That's caps that's caused that. Obviously, it's pulling the resistance down, and obviously, if the resistance is too low on some of the caps, on some of these small caps, this is the effect that it has, because it affects the value. Remember, this machine was in a school in '83. How old is this machine? I ain't got no schematics on it. I don't know on this Harris 3305. I don't know how old this is. When was this first launched? That dimming, and again, should have a light on there, but I've got no light. So it still ain't running 100%, but it's back to the way it was. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice and bright, but it's and it's quite a pretty line. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's a bit overpriced for what it is. But once this is fully restored and put back, at least then I mean, if I wanted to probe. So you know, we was talking about this earlier on about lasers, right? Obviously, you need an oscilloscope. Well, this would have come in handy if this is fully working properly, you know. And then I could have used the probes with the actual bits on the front, set this up, and then I would have seen the curvature of the oscilloscope. Would have then showed me the frequency, why it's bouncing around, and then I could have narrowed it down to actually get it. So this is more like a fine-tuning fork. That's all I could say. It's just more like a fine-tuning, and then that's what it does. It helps you to find it. King Edwards or Jersey. Just look up to, just looked up the school. It's just looked up in school. Yeah, it's in Essex. What's in Essex, Mr. Worms? Oh right. Oh, the school. The school's in Essex. Wow, I didn't know that. Woodland School. Yeah. I didn't know that. I didn't know where it is. So yeah. Yep. Unbelievable. Looks posh. Wow. See that distortion there, look. I don't think it's supposed to do that. Yeah, it must be a posh. It must have a posh oscilloscope for the BBC Micro. And 1,500 pupils instead of the dot. That is true. That is definitely true. Instead of the dot. That is true. We did have dots. We had horizontal lines. Obviously, I forgot to put the bloody things back. But when I dimmed that, obviously you're supposed to have had another light on. But we got flat line. That's one good aspect. Yeah, that distortion there. That's caps. I won't worry about it. No, it's bright. So put it in this back. Just tighten it up slightly because I don't know of the value, because obviously Mr. Pico I think that was on 1. He said leave that on 1. So cool. Right, now we can put the other knob on, is at the top. Alright guys, I'll read your messages. There you go. I think you said you leave it on 1. And it's that, which is this line. It's going across. So it looks like so far so good. read your messages, otherwise I get too far and I won't be able to read them. Yeah, the zoom in with the dot. It needs some leads now. Yes, it does need some leads, Mr. Hotcows. You're right, sir. As always, it's just a dot that moves really fast, lol. Oh yeah, that has no leads. Yeah, yours is a 25 mega, mine is a 20. Yeah, I mean, these are hard to cut. Obviously, these ain't cheap. You know yourself, Mr. Hotcows. These different make and models, but they end up being very expensive. But again, piece of hardware that you might actually. Yeah, mine is a 50, I think. I've seen them go all the way up to 200. Trek Phoenix. TA2 yeah, nice. Mr. Carfor, yeah. Mine is 0. Yeah, Mr. Worms. Yeah, Mr. Worms, you feel like you're being left out, my friend. It's an Hitachi V209 Stonehenge. Oh, it says Stonehenge. Oh, it's just I thought it said Stonehenge. I thought, I'm sorry, I couldn't see that. No, I've got a 20 megahertz laying around. It's more useful than a dim bulb. Thanks to Squish. Double show. What's the chances of actually using one of these? But again, it's nice to know that when you're dealing with vintage audio, this is where, obviously, Mendit Mark, he's got loads of these. I love watching his shows, like his repairs. But he's very expensive. He's a bit like Luke at Retro 6. They come at a price. I think Mendit Mark, his starting prices are at £200 for repairs. Mendit Mark. So it can range anywhere. The 50 gigahertz ones I've got for about 50 quid. Nice. You got a bargain there, really, Mr. Carfor, for 50 notes. Well, find me a good deal then in the UK, Carfor. I can have a look for you, Mr. Squish. I'm pretty good at finding things. I'm sure I can come up with some good deals. It's one good thing aspect. I'll persevere. If you're interested in one, I'll have a look for you. I need that torch. I can't see the bloody screw. That's the only thing with that light, it blinds you. You can't fucking see anything. Jesus. It's like a double-edged sword. Right, that one's on. We'll put one back on this one. Hold up, that goes back on this, I think. Dot goes in the centre, so we've got another one up here. Obviously I'll put that on back front. I'll read that message. Give me 1 minute, guys. I'll put this one back on. And the one down the bottom. The only thing is I didn't get the other red light, so right there. Yay, should all put back together. How comes I've still got 2 nuts left over? So, oh well, put them in a pot. I've always got nuts left over. Told you. It's something about every time that I put something in that I've got something left over on that front. But she's sort of like that she's working. The main thing is she's up and running. Uptime. Yay! I'm sure you can shunt that. I'm sure they can skip the limit. It's 5 hours for nothing for retro. Yeah. Well, one good aspect, Mr. Worms. I managed to put the three wires back that I forgot to put on to start with. The only downside is I still think this has still got some of the issues that it ends up having. But it is back with, we are getting black lines going across. Just need to probe something now. Now this is where Mr. Pico comes in handy on that front. because now obviously I can learn a lot from him, because obviously he's got one. So that will give me an insight of how to operate it and how to use it. And so it's good to have the knowledge of someone that's actually got it. But now I can use it. It's now usable. Yeah, you've got the leads. No, I've got a lead that I could use off my other little miniature probe. Obviously, this being a dual channel, so you can have two things oscillating at once. And that's what the top one is. I think the top one's the time base. This is the left channel, this is the right channel. So this is why it's doubled. So you can pull it out. I don't know, you have to put this in sequence or something. You can see it like spiking. See that spike in there? I still think that's caps. Don't think it's supposed to do that. So I still put it down to, yeah, it's Extreme Mick. Phil, Michael J's, Please Robots, and it's in it. I think it's Dirty Pots. Do you reckon? Yeah, actually, yeah, you could be right there. Grass bundle, you could actually there. Yeah, Mr. Carver, I think again could be 100%. This is never had a service. You can always hot glue it for now in the front. You get the glue out. Well, it's the main aspect is feels like it's an art machine, isn't it? Yeah, because look, if you muck about, look, if you turn it slightly, look, can you see it? There could be some logic in that. Look, I'm just wiggling. It's just wiggle. It's wiggled this switch. Obviously, this is in milliseconds. And if I turn it all the way over, it goes completely dark. It just completely goes off the head. So I assume this is a big part of it. That's why you said put it onto that. There's no pics. Well, guys, I think that looking at this stream has gone on long enough. Thank you for popping on, my friends, and I'm going to leave it here. The main thing is, it is back partly working, comparing Uno buggered up by not putting 3 leads back on. Are they any good now? These? I'm hoping so. I was recommended highly by Mr. Pico himself, and he's not been wrong so far, so I take his word for it. So this will hopefully help some of my vintage stuff, but obviously I've still got a long way. I'm still learning about electrics, and the main thing is learning about oscilloscopes is another ball game altogether. Obviously, once you know where the dials are and how to probe them, these will help you out. Obviously, he's told me to set these up in sequence. These had to be set up in sequence. These had to be set in sequence, and some of these. So hopefully we can make wavy patterns as we're going out round. And it's the same with like, it's like this one. So you can have like flats, or you can have dot. I still don't know how to fully, I still don't know how to fully understand them. I mean, oh, and he's got a sticky switch still. There you go. Cut off. So guys, I'm going to leave it there. I'm Zoops. But the main thing is, I've put her back together. She's partly working, mostly working. I'd say mostly working. I still think this has still got some issues myself. So it's a good way to see the voltage change in various ways. Yeah, it's true, Grass Puddle, yes. So Chris F. Oh, didn't you know you come in, my friend? Thank you for popping in. Nice, successful day. Yes, thank you, Mr. Worms. Mr. Worms, you should be getting them things very soon. So hopefully we see some changes into that might resolve the Atari. So yes, Grass Puddle, as always, thank you, sir, for popping in. See the faulty switch electronics. Check the analytics and the video signal outputs. So yeah, okay, yeah, I will. Thanks, Mr. Rose. Car 4 as usual. Cheers, Mick. Yeah, thank you, Grass Puddle, for popping in, my friend. Much appreciated. We'll be doing the stream again on something else on that front. And whoever's lurking in the background, Hot Cows, he did pop in. Obviously, don't know if he's things on it, but yes, Andy, thanks for popping in, my friend. Most appreciated. If you haven't subscribed, please do. It really helps me. Actually, helps grow my channel. So. Like 90% of everyone else. Stop spamming arts, please. But hang on, I'm not doing a Mr. Swindon here. Stop spamming the arts. Yeah, catch you guys later. Thanks for popping in. It's much appreciated. And catch you guys very, very soon. Chill.